and I'll explain what we did last time and all that. Okay, so we're going to be playing some more Hollywood Animal. For those who didn't see this game yesterday in the evening here on Twitch or on YouTube, whenever you check the VOD, this is a game where we play as a 1930s Hollywood studio, a fledgling studio. The game does have a big disclaimer when you start that's like, hey, this game is trying to accurately depict the 1930s. This does mean there is some not so great, great views reflected. There is some, bigotry and racism and sexism and all that kind of stuff. The game does feature that. That is a deliberate decision to accurately portray the time period. They don't agree with those kind of things, but they kind of feel like omitting those is kind of, not representing that time period accurately. So you do have, like, there's the mob is very heavily with organized crime. You've got prohibition is going in full swing. You've got government corruption is pretty out there and rough. Again, mob. You also have, like, there is racism. Like the other stream we had, one of our main actors was racist and was like, hey, I shouldn't have to work with these people. So we fired that guy. But don't be surprised if you put your hat in the ring to become someone here, because I'm not going to go through and be like, do you want to be this person or this person? You're going to get signed. There is a good chance your name is going to be associated with a pretty awful person. It's like playing RimWorld, that sometimes the person your name gets thrown at, pretty bad. But on the Twitch side, it's !join to put your hat in the ring to have someone named after you. Just understand, your individual you might be named after, or that will be given your name, might be an absolute sack of crap. It is what it is. So with that said, the last time we played, we did ultimately go bankrupt. We were trying to go with a thing of working like very ethically, as for the most part, very ethically, and trying to make high quality productions. We did relatively well. I made a bunch of mistakes that were, learning the game kind of mistakes. I didn't get my marketing building up nearly as early as I really needed to. I would say one thing we were doing was we were overspending on our staff. I expanded way too aggressively and basically overextended ourselves financially, that I then had too many bills to keep to make it all work. So this time, we're going to try to go on the other thing. I am going to cheap out on my staff as aggressively as I can. I am going to try to schlep out the cheapest and fastest turnaround movies I can, and see if we can't, quantity over quality this one. I tried to mess with this a little off-stream, after stream yesterday, so far as messing with that. I actually found I still ended up leaning into quality, because so often you look at it, it's like, oh yeah, do you want to make better sets? It's only $2,000 more. And when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of dollars, you're like, $2,000, yes, I'm going to get the better set. So with that said, let's jump in. Because the deafening lack of music right now is bothering me entirely too much. But the plan for the stream today is I think we're going to start with this. And right now I got on the docket to follow this up with more Medieval Dynasty. I might instead do Son Goku Dynasty, since we got a key for that and I haven't played it. And then there's a small chance we might also do Mind Over Magic. We'll see. New Year 1929. The hedonism of the 20s gives way to the Great Depression. The adventure of talkies heralds the golden age of Hollywood, and life gives way to cinema. Film companies fiercely compete for market and influence. The strong devour the weak. You purchase a bankrupt studio to build a new business on its ruins. One negative I will say about this game that I've noticed is every time you start a new run, the game has kind of a very long tutorial, and you cannot escape it. So what ends up happening is you do have the thing that the early events are the same literally every single time, because it is that tutorialized thing. I really do hope they add like a sandbox mode or whatever, or just give us a tick box to skip the tutorial start. So that way we can go in and start a tutorial, like start a studio with like literally no one at it, you know, and pick your own people, that kind of thing. So with that said, I'm gonna go with aggressively mid studios. And I think this time we're doing the llama head, because we are going for cheap and fast turnaround. All right. So, I'm going to give people another chance to get your hats in the ring if you want a person named after you. Again, some of these people are going to be scumbags. So, like, don't take it personally if you get your name drawn from the hat and then your person's, like, racist or misogynistic or an alcoholic or addicted to drugs or otherwise just a crappy human being. That is going to be a thing that it will happen. Or you get the, you know, yeah, we had one person the last run who was a literal pedophile. We fired them. Literally immediately, like, the soon as I was, like, done with their current movie, like, I didn't even wait for the contract. It's like, okay, you finished the movie you're already in, get the hell out of my studio. We're willing to do some morally gray things here, but this scumbag doesn't get to stay. All right, so we're gonna get our legal executive, and our legal executive this time is gonna be Longclaw. We're in good hands here. And then public relations. Public relations is going to be, let's see, is that the Rual? Did I spell that right? I think so. Yeah, that's showing an L. And then our financial executive is going to be Jay Walker. All right. So we got these three. So we got my executive team. So last time we did Messenger of Death as our opening movie, which is a detective thriller. I messed a little bit with doing a blind romance. We could also do like action adventure movies. Now, if we're trying to make the middest of the mid movies and turn up the, you heard a lot of people need good at reading. You got this down. Yeah, so I only now notice that they play a little bit of thing on the background. Yeah, so definitely if we're going for like the budget crappy movies, we're definitely going with one of these two over detective movie. Detective movie is definitely more effort. There are a lot of cheesy, low-effort romance movies, and there is a lot of cheesy, low-effort, like, Wild West and all that. Yeah, making trashy action. I was gonna say, there's some pretty trashy action ones. Yeah, we'll go with the Limp and Luke. 50% adventure, 50% action, Wild West. And this'll go and have like a whole thing. You don't get this as most stuff. It's just like an introductory to like the first one. Luke Ford lived in a dusty town in the Wild West. He was a kind man. He was a good head on his shoulder, and he was a fine shooter. Luke dreamt of chasing outlaws and searching for treasure, just like his father, the legendary bounty hunter Logan Ford. But there was one problem. Luke was born with a bad leg and couldn't sit long in the saddle. So Luke set aside his dreams of adventure to stand behind a counter at a grocery store, which he inherited from his late mother. Luke Ford, played by Joe Duvall. And this is basically saying if we have problems seeing something, I can zoom in slightly, which I kind of wish was just a scroll wheel, but that's fine. And it's showing that has the key event of Cowboy. There was a time when the name Logan Ford was on everyone's lips. Together with his partner Rufus Green, he hunted down dozens of robbers and murderers, even Rotten Sam, the most dangerous outlaw in the Wild West. But after the birth of his son, Luke, Logan suddenly disappeared. Of course my father abandoned me. Why would a hero even bother with some cripple, Luke thought. I'm just a pathetic little joke. I'll never be as great as him. Ah, psychological scarring. But then one day, Luke received a mysterious letter. Son, I don't have long. By the time you read this, I'll already be dead. This map will lead you 1,000-year-old oak tree. I buried a chest filled with every bounty I collected in my life. Your father, Logan Ford. Luke's heart beat faster. Time to hit the road. But how would he get to a place on the map if he can't even ride for like 5 minutes? The boy was scared. He needed help. And who's better to turn than Rufus Green, Logan's former partner? You look just like your father when he was your age, croaked Rufus, when Luke appeared at his doorstep. I retired a long time ago, but I haven't drunk away my sense yet. Of course I'll help you. Rufus developed a miraculous training program that would, within a week, Luke changed man so confident in the saddle he felt like he had been in a horse his whole life. Played by Charlie Graham. Okay. I don't think confidence was the problem, but okay. Antagonist, a bandit. His father was already dead when Luke set off. His old enemy, Rotten Sam, had finally managed to track Logan down and set an ambush with his gang of henchmen. Wounded in the gut, Logan hid in a small hotel in the outskirts of town. The day of his death, he drew a map, dictated the letter for his son to the innkeeper. Rotten Sam tracked Logan to his final refuge and tortured the innkeeper for the location of the 1,000-year-old tree. Rotten Sam is played by Edward Peterson. Then there's a shootout. When Luke found the oak tree, Rotten Sam and his henchmen had already lifting Logan's chest from the hole. The air shook with the sound of gunshots. Luke fired so accurately and held so tight to the saddle, the bandits didn't stand a chance. I don't think any of that has to be relevant in a gunfight. I mean, the holding the gun steady, but whatever. Only Rotten Sam himself was able to escape. When the smoke cleared, Luke saw the outlaw galloping in the horizon, carrying the gold from the chest. Luke turned and opened the chest and found a battered little book, bound in leather. His father's diary. Luke read an entry written 20 years ago. Ron Sam has escaped from prison, and I'm sure he'll seek revenge. My family is in danger. For their sake, I must disappear. I hope one day they can forgive me. The protagonist overcomes self-doubt. Luke's tear fell on the pages, instantly ruining them forever. I mean, the father just wanted to protect me. He never thought I was a limp-footed nobody. Luke finally believed himself and resolved to become the bravest cowboy in the Wild West in memory of his father. Alright. And it's telling me that the appeal to the general audience is 7.9, and the appeal to like the more sophisticated and artsy side of things is 7.8. A film's commercial and artistic appeal may change after each stage of development. The film Limpin' Luke received these ratings after the work and script was completed. The screenwriter Joe Hughes prefers to resolve conflict through fighting and shootouts rather than dialogue. Drawing on his experience and talent, the writer breathed excitement and spectacle into the simple story of a vulnerable boy. Rising to become a fearless Western hero, the story's elements came together to form a coherent whole. After pre-production, the film's rating rose even higher. Casting famous actors is the surest way to boost commercial and artistic appeal, but other factors also influence the rating, including the quality of the scenery and modern equipment. After the production phase, the commercial appeal declined. The lead actor had become seriously ill and couldn't ride a horse or perform his own stunts. However, the film's artistic appeal grew. Joe Duvall tried to make up for the film's lack of spectacle with subtle acting. Meanwhile, a plague of production problems lengthened the schedule. Unfortunately, the actor passed away after finishing the work on the film. And the studio spent $431,000. Limit Luke is a shootout story of revenge, but also a touching story about the relationship between father and son. Its dynamic storytelling and spectacular scenes will interest men of all ages. Alright. So that was all, like, entry fluff that... It's teaching you basically about the whole general appeal and all that and setting up the stage. Time to send footage to post-production. And we're rushing a little bit. This is the tutorial part. I don't really get any decisions here. Not meaningful ones. So we have the choice of going with Emma Barry or Oliver Grant. And one thing we learned is the stars here are basically how good they are at the job. And then these are just their overall, like, are they loyal to you and are they happy? So Oliver Grant would actually hurt this because Oliver is very unhappy. So we're going to go with Emma because they're just better. And then kind of the same idea is we got Lee Woods and Lewis Murphy. I'm going to fire Lewis because Lewis is racist. So we're going to go ahead and go with Lee Woods. Decide who will develop the film and record music and sound effects and all that. So we've got film development. So right now for the first movie, since they've already put a bunch of money into it, this one we are going to make decent because the money's already invested. Versus we're going to be trying to lean into produce fast, produce cheap. Let's see, you've planned out the post-production, but until you assign a department head, you won't be able to get things moving. Alright, so let's go here. So we need a human resources person. I'm going to go cheap across the board as much as I can. Yep, so this guy here, he's $275 versus that guy's $5,000. I'm going cheap. That is the name of the game here. We are going based on money. All right. You're the cheapest. Welcome, Judith. Post-production has begun. You can see here how far along the project is and how quickly it's progressing. So we need to go to the other one and get the department heads for the other one. You're the cheapest, Eugene. Welcome to the team. And then finally, maintenance. And $324. Welcome, Max. All right, build a script department. It's time to start working on a new movie. First, build a department for developing scripts. And they have this weird thing where there's like a radius there that they can only overlap so much. I have no idea. I wish the game told me what the condition does on buildings. Like, can I improve the condition later? I would assume we'd be able to do that. But the game doesn't give us any indication of what the impact of poor condition is. I'm assuming there'll be more accidents and all that. We're doing it. We are going full cheap. Yeah, no, I got the condition deteriorates over time. I don't know the consequences of it doing it, like what the negative impact of it in this game is. You can speed up or slow down the passage of time. Alright, and we can't do any research yet. That'll get unlocked soon. Yeah, we're cheaping on everything. And thank you, Ron Gore, for the 40 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Means a lot. Poor condition means more Alex Baldwin movies. Poor condition means we're making the 8th Need for Speed. The 8th what is the... I'm blanking on it. Fast and Furious, thank you. We're making the 8th Fast and Furious movie. Fast and Furious, just cut us the check already. We're making another Stephen King movie. Alright, we got Jaywalker. I got divorced a couple years ago and figured I was out of chances until I met Gilda. We spend all our time together. We can't get enough of each other, and it always like that. At the beginning, but we've been together a year now, and it's like a drug to each other. I feel guilty even mentioning it, but when Gilda visits me at work, I absolutely cannot concentrate. She enraptures me. Yesterday, I nearly made a mistake in the paperwork that could have cost the studio a lot of money. Please, do me a favor, help me fight this addiction. Let's introduce some kind of access control, so Gilda can't just walk into my office. Yes, my heart will be broken, like any drug addict, but I'd hate to hurt your business and ruin my career. Let's see, if building falls to ruin, it becomes inoperable. You can repair it later, but while it undergoes those repairs, the operations will halt. Yeah. So last time we were like, are you crazy? Yeah, so this is gonna hurt Jaywalker. So this will make Jaywalker more loyal, but less happy. This will make Jaywalker more happy, but less loyal. I went with this one to kind of even out the numbers. I did find getting people's happiness up was a bit easier than people's loyalty. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, sure, we'll start controlling access. We've got to fight our addictions. You know, because apparently you can't go to your significant other and be like, hey, you know, love you, please don't visit me at work. Like, I gotta get my work done at work. So, like, you know, respect boundaries. Communication was not a thing on the 30s. No, it was not nearly as good as it is now. But one of my plans to go in here is I can't show you yet. One of my plans to go in here is as we start getting the existing contracts. So the way the contracts work in the game is, if I'm not mistaken, you pay up front. Is I believe the way it works. So I don't believe it's you agree to a contract for 300,000 and, you know, they get like a little bit each month. I believe it's you pay out the 300,000 and then they're locked in for that time. Okay. Post-production results. The film's commercial and artistic rating dropped a bit. Don't be upset, you did everything you could. The studio is still low-level employees and technology. And a bunch of people get some experience. Well, Limpin' Luke is supposed to be mostly around him not being able to ride on the horse. Let's put him on the horse. I don't actually think this matters, but that's fine. The release calendar displays films being shown across America for the foreseeable future. The studio's previous owners already chose the release date for this film. You'll choose the release date for your next film yourself. You don't just own a studio, but a whole network of 91 cinemas. You can run your films in the cinemas for free, but that's not going to be enough to reach a wide audience. You'll need to rent other theaters if you want solid box office receipts. The studio's previous owners already arranged and paid for the film's rental costs. The first week of the film should be shown 7,185 times. Some 3,185 of these screenings will take place in your cinema, leaving 4,000 screenings across other cinemas. Next time, you'll have to plan and pay for the rental cost yourself. The screenings and rentals are scheduled out for 4 weeks from release. Once they expire, you can extend the rentals if you think the film could still make a profit. They'll start printing the film tomorrow and will be finished and ready for distribution in 5 weeks. Distribution goes out all at once when you finish printing. Printing speed costs vary based on contractor. The studio's previous owner already paid to have this film printed. Typically, a film begins promotions a few weeks before premiere, so advertising has time to gain momentum. The studio's previous owners already arranged the advertising campaign, but in the future you'll decide all this yourself. Let's see, for your film being promoted to the advertising agency, it's time to tell the audience they should target. The studio's previous owners already paid the agency with the promotion of 3 films. After that, you'll have to arrange your own advertising yourself. So they did imply the action-adventure was suited for boys and men based on the game's demographics. I assume, honestly, any of these demographics, it would do fine. But, you know, Westerns target young boys and older men and all that. Audience will soon start watching your first film. You ask me, Limping Luke is a surefire hit. A farewell film to a young star. A story has soul, but it will all go to waste unless we release it at the right moment. The studio's former owners were mindful of these things. They scheduled production carefully. They chose a good window for releasing the film, right when the public would be hungry, and they are practically no competition. But when the old studio closed the doors, those parasites from Margine's Pictures decided Limpin' Luke would never see the light of day. I don't know who's pulling strings, but they convinced all the theater owners to give them our slots. The film Margarines are releasing instead doesn't even have a title yet, but you know what kind of slop they serve their audience. Probably something like Yesterday's Fart or Wet Armpits. Hey Eugene, I hate to break it to you. Those are the kind of movies we're going to be making here, just as an FYI. The truth is on our side, we have all the documents, but a court battle would be long and pointless. We'll miss the moment, no compensation will cover that. Instead, I suggest we use all our connections and our influence to remind the theater owners that our agreements have to be honored. Yep, I'm going to burn influence to do that. Because that's just how it teaches you influence points. Because basically in currency, you've got like your actual bank account to use for your operations. You've got money that is just straight up cash, which is what this is here. That is like on-hand cash that's, you know, untraceable or whatever, to deal with problems. And then you've got reputation, which is sort of a currency that has a bunch of other things. Most of your stuff gets pulled from your studio's official accounts. Construction of the script department is going as planned, but there's a small snag. According to the architect's vision, a large red leaf maple should be the center decorative element, and the contractors found a suitable tree in a reserve on the border between Ontario and Minnesota, and has already agreed to the price and transportation. But the inspector who issues the permit is playing coy. He says he can't say how long the paperwork will take, maybe a week, maybe a month or 2. You know as well as I do, sometimes you need to grease the gears. $200 cash and the tree will be on its road to California tonight. I don't want all of our plans disrupted because some petty bureaucrat. Yep. And such is basically teaching that we've got like our pocket cash money that we can move. And that's just basically saying, you know, the official money can't help us here. I have to have like cash on hand. And there are ways later on to move money from here to there, such as mafia ties. The mafia is really good at laundering money. And pretty soon we'll unlock research, and that's when we start making lots of meaningful decisions. Alright, so construction complete on the script department at 50% condition. Heck yeah. And you're the cheapest. Welcome, Henry Robbins, to being the head of the script department. How did you get the job? You're willing to do it for the least. Okay. So I think we're going to lean into this. So I say we do action, adventure, and thriller. These feel like they all go together really well. And we're just going to lean into making cheap budget, like westerns and all that. All right, so we got our screenwriters here. So for our first screenwriter, we went bankrupt last night towards the end of stream. So the first one will be Inoki. And then next up, we got Donkey Duff. And then finally, we've got... It's Not Actually Empty. Don't listen to that. I haven't had a chance to work on that. Citric Orange. All right. To begin a new script, select on the script department building. The department has worked on several ideas for your first script. So, we can do an action movie in modern American city with a cop, or a detective movie in a fantasy kingdom with a clumsy oaf. Well, we're not doing detective movies, so we're doing the action movie. And Inoki does action. That's their specialty, so we're going to go ahead and have them take that on. Continuing to develop your film is a key to your success. Pick an upgrade for the department. And then this is research. So, no matter who is working on your script department, no one knows better than you what films need to be successful. I question this. So we're going to go ahead and get the story workshop. Basically, it lets us choose the story as opposed to just randomly generated ones. So it's 50 days, so we're going to do that because the game literally forces you to. So that's setting up our very first research. And meanwhile, let's set up all of our first research, because research in this game doesn't cost money, it's just time. So if we look here, it's 776 days, there's no monetary or influence cost, so you always want research happening. Charity, I could spend money to get reputation, I don't care. And we're going to get double reputation for profitable films, so that's what we're doing on this one. And then this one, we have the choice of ethnic composition, which lets us deal with that. And honestly, all this lets me do is it lets me mothball buildings and use undocumented people on the cheap. What we're going to do, though, is we're going to get the services, because we're going to be making some crap movies, which is going to really upset people. So we're going to need that. This one, the only option is to have the availability of getting loans, so we're going to do that. And then our legal department, the only option we have is to get better legal protection, so we're going to do that. And every one of your main buildings has their own research tree. So, because we're cheaping on the buildings, I'm thinking the repair crew first, because I have a feeling we'll need that. And then we have our post-production. So last time I went to like theater management and all the other stuff. Marketing and outreach is what lets us do advertising. This is one of those things I feel like if they're going to have the tutorial, needs to be added to the tutorial. Because you have 3 movies you get ads for free, and then you have to set up your own ads, and you physically cannot do that unless you get that. Let's go with the extra XP. That's going to take a long time, but we're looking to do budget, so I'm not going to worry about getting a whole bunch of other junk set up. All right, so now it wants me to build buildings. So we need a pre-production building. And we're doing it cheap. And we need regular production building. And we're doing it cheap. Are there any of these other buildings that I'm like, yes, we really need to do this? Under advanced, we have security, the producer's office, and engineering and all that. Recruit new producers for your studio. Security we will need. That's gonna be necessary and unavoidable. And I'll do that on the cheap. Honestly, the main buildings all are pretty critical. Engineering, revolutionize. This is to upgrade our technology. I mean, I still want to get these because literally I cannot research unless I have the buildings. Do that in the cheap. That's my justification, is at least the main buildings I'm gonna need to do because, again, all tech is locked behind them. Oh, idea is get this detective story out of here. We're never making it. Whoever came up with that idea, if I ever see that again, you're fired. I demand the cheapest thriller and or adventure and or action movies. Emphasis on cheap. And we're going to cheap out on our actors and actresses. I borrowed a little money from some people. They seem like good guys. They had honest eyes, and I am a great judge of people. But now, there's some annoying jerk following me around everywhere demanding I pay out the debt. I'd return the whole amount today, but I need some time to recoup. You know what they say, you might be strong, but the cards are always stronger. That's nonsense, by the way. I'll show the cards who's boss. So, can you let me, leave me a couple months for a while to deal with this? You're not the one making this one, so, yeah. That doesn't do anything, apparently. Alright, that's fine. Because we're gonna be very short-staffed and stuff anyways. Yeah, because it's Inoki. So, like, literally they're just standing around right now because I don't have the things unlocked for them to do anything. Stop giving me detective films. We specialize in 3 types of media. Give me one of those. Alright, construction completed of pre-production at 50%. And you are the cheapest, Fred, so you get the job. Welcome aboard, Fred. Alright, and we have our actors and actresses. So, we got our first actress right here, and that is going to be Canahawk. And then we got our second actress here, and that'll be Eldor. And then finally, we got our last actor here. And that's going to be Sniper Spice. And as a reminder, some of these people are going to be absolute scumbags, so just know if you put your hat in the ring, you might be a scumbag in this. Let's actually see the character limit here. The very last Lardine does fit the whole thing. I'm actually surprised about that. And then we have the Ints. And that's not actually empty. Don't listen to it. It's a lie. And we have Earth Rush Stony. And then we've got our directors. We've got Fappers. And our other director is going to be Lux Ray. Cool. So this time we don't have the absolute nonsense. The last time we got to, I think it was the directors, and both the directors were our mods. Okay, so you've got the casting office for hiring new actors, directors, and cinematographers. We're going to need that. I'm going to do that first. And the reason I want to do that is because we are going to not renew a lot of contracts for our more expensive talent, because we are looking for the cheapest talent we can find. That is our strategy. We want to print out movies that the absolute dirt cheapest we possibly can. Let's see, the legendary Lydia Globe is back in the saddle. Nearly. Yeah, honey, I know you expect me to start filming right away, but getting used to talking and taking longer than I expected. You gotta understand, a bird that's used to flying in the clouds can't just dive down into the bottom of the ocean without a little preparation first. I've done some speech exercises with masters of the stage, stretching out my vocal cords, drinking egg cocktails, and getting the velvety voice in the morning. You can already notice the difference. That's right, honey. So please, I'm begging you. Let's see. I mean, really begging you. Give me 3 more months to get ready for my first talking role. You'll see, your patience will be off. I don't actually care, because I'm not ready to record any movies. So, go ahead and take your time. Her being here when I have nothing for her to do does nothing for me. Alright, so we got the production, where we make movies, and $459. Arthur, you're perfect. You had me at cheap. Alright, so. Opens production support office that makes shooting on location more comfortable. Line production office gives you control over the film's schedule. Double XP for actors and actresses and all that. I'm going to do that because the other things are additional expenses, and we are going cheap. So my hope here is we can get all like the passive bonus things, are just like 5% better here, that have no additional cost to me. Oh, right, and I need to build a level 1 soundstage. I hear Lydia Globe is coming back from retirement. Out of what lucky, or what I actually heard is that she never retired at all. She just went off to work on her voice so she could steal even more roles from us. It's too much to hope for that greedy bee to finally retire. There's got to be an ounce of justice in this business. You don't need to worry about it, Canahawk. Like, literally, it's just not a thing you gotta worry about. Oh, that's not the right button. That's what the problem is. Alright, so we need to do a soundstage, level 1, start construction. And weirdly, it doesn't care where you put these. Like everything else, it's got all these different rules or whatever that they need to be close enough to certain buildings. And now it's like, meh, it's a soundstage. No one cares. Alright, Limp and Luke. Apparently, confidence completely invalidates disability. Because that's what I've got. He's like, he couldn't even ride on the horse for 5 minutes because his bad leg and all that. But he got confident, and now it's fine. This story is bad, and you should feel bad for enjoying it. Excellent. Release the film. The KinoMark rating system measures the audience reviews on the day of the premiere. If you're sure you released a quality film, but people aren't appreciating it, you may have lured the wrong audience to the theaters. Gotcha. So if that gives me a bad rating on something that should be good, then I'm just bad at marketing. And I'm ignoring most of those ones because we didn't make that film. When we make our own films, we will take the time to actually be like, what are the reviews? Alright. Yeah, so the very first film, which we only were involved in about $27,000 of that, cost $500,000 to produce. But that's because part of it was the bankrupt company we took over. Alright. Okay. That's literally what we were just looking at. Alright. Construction complete. Producer's offices. Condition 50. You had me at $600 for 3 years. Welcome aboard, buddy. And you're going to begin researching being able to work on 2 projects at the same time, because it's my only option. Now, some things I did notice from the last one is it feels like you have just mountains of influence and nothing to really use it on. Like, every once in a while you'll get something that you can use influence on, but it really did feel like I was forever and always just swimming in influence and not really having much to use it against. Versus the cash, I definitely ran low on my on-hand cash versus like the in-the-bank cash, which eventually then the in-bank cash started to run out. Reputation did really well until we started going bankrupt, and then things went really not well. Alright, so Story Workshop. So we unlocked this. So we're going to try and stick to a lot of these round circles. So from what I've seen, the round circles do allow us to, they allow us to just do actions or get bonuses without further effort. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and develop new story elements, because that gives my writers something to do when I'm not working on something else. Then the rolling edits, I believe, will give us alternative options to deal with problems. Okay, we got security built. And for security, Luther here is $800 and doesn't know what they're doing. You're perfect. And a 5-year contract. Excellent. Let's go ahead, because these 2 are going to be additional expenses. We did end up getting a lot of mileage out of our bodyguards, and they train extremely fast. So let's get that. And now we need to do the story writing. And we're going to do it on the cheap. I seem to have way more money this run for some reason. I can't imagine why. It's almost like cheaping out on everything. That's load-bearing duct tape. Perfect. You like that name? It's an excellent name. Construction completed, engineering, and $300. You're perfect. You're hired. You're literally like a fifth the next more expensive guy. So we can invent our own film technologies, or we can have multiple research groups. We went towards the research groups last time. We never actually got to doing that. I'm gonna go with inventing new technology, because maybe that means I can patent troll people or something. I would be down for exploiting patents. Well, one of these days you'll figure it out. That's okay, we just make our own scripts. Alright. This is the 4 weeks we were successful. The film still is making a lot of money in the box office, and we're paying rental fees. We'll make a lot more if we extend the original distribution plan, so click Extend Distribution to keep playing the movie for another 4 weeks at the same terms. And later on, you actually get the choice of being like, hey, I want to change the distribution. That was one thing I didn't do, really, on our last playthrough, is I really didn't mess with it. I did find that very genuinely, up until like the very end where the movie literally has no audience, you can just absolutely ratchet down how much you're renting other theaters and just keep playing it. And even if it's only making a couple $1,000 a month or whatever, it still trickles in a little extra money for you. And we're actually counting on doing a lot of that this run of just, hey, it's a super cheap, crappy film. Roll it out on those. I wonder, because there's a thing where you can buy more theaters. I wonder if you could just put an obnoxious number of your own, like, crappiest films playing perpetually in your own theaters and actually do okay. Whoa, that's actually way better script than we had for our first one on the last run. The last script we got for our first script was like a 1.2 or something. You go, Henry Robbins and Eonut. You actually made yourself a good thing. So we've got a cop who's going to be going after a serial killer in a shootout, and the antagonist gets punished. Start project. I see no reason to not start this film. Okay, we're moving it on the cheap, chat. I need to remember we're moving it on the cheap. These are the places where the events of the film will take place. The characters spend most of their time in locations highlighted in gold, so most of the filming will take place there. Only minor scenes will be filmed in secondary locations. You need to decide which scenes should be shot on stage and which are better filmed on location. Select the location quality on the soundstage, and location quality involves the filming equipment, scenery, and design. Outdoors is beauty and authenticity over natural scenes. If you plan to film some of the, if you plan to film some of the filmed scenes onto soundstage, select the soundstage you want to use. You can always change your mind about this project or cancel it, and it'll be shelved until farther, later moment. Alright. So Thomas here is better at this. We're going to have Thomas take it. We only have one soundstage. We're going to use that. So, city streets, minimum quality. City interiors. So how much of a difference does this make? Okay. So it doesn't save me that much money to switch that. And all the rest of this crap that we do, we're cheaping out on the soundstage. The total filming time and the sum of all filming days at each location, plus all the Saturdays and Sundays in between. Yeah, so we are deliberately taking every one of the scenes that aren't priority. Every one of those goes to soundstage. I am doing these two on scene because considering how cheap the movie is to begin with. I don't know if this makes that big a difference. Hell, let's try just soundstaging the whole thing. The whole thing is being soundstaged. We are going as cheap as cheap. That's cutting $10,000 off of the budget here. Yeah, it's cutting over $10,000. It's about $14,000 off our movie's budget to soundstage the whole thing. So yeah, everything's on the soundstage. Filming technology, we literally have only one choice in those. Yep, and we're going to cheap on that because we cranked those up. Yeah, so the camera and all that we don't get a choice on. So $240,000 of that we get no choice on. So we're going to go ahead and go with that. We have our producer. I'll use Vincent. They are higher. They're not loyal to me, but that is what it is. On this one, I'm gonna So Faffers is the higher rated one, but they're less happy, and I think that is going to penalize our quality. Sound staging is a valid strategy for early to mid game. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go with Luxray, and then for the cop. Yeah, so we got the cop and the serial killer. Let's make the cop the very last Lardine. Lately, I often hear that age is just a number. Even at 80, a person can feel young. But when people go to the movies, their expectations are more conservative. Everyone wants the hero beloved to be younger, and we want the evil sorceress to be... Okay, that's fine. I understand. So basically, you want us to be ageist. It's okay. The Inns will be there, and then the serial killer will be Lardine. Alright, that's fine. Let's see. All right, and then we just have to do the stamp. So the whole thing is the pre-production is only about like 67,000, and then we got 250,000 tied up in the actual filming part. So relatively inexpensive. I do expect this is probably going to hurt a lot of the quality of our story, but that is what it is. All right, you've returned from vacation. That's fine. New ideas. We don't do romance. Get that out of here. We are doing budget cheap, crappy stuff. That's what we do here. All right, open the workshop. We are doing a bunch of like spaghetti westerns. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. The Sheriff. It will be an action movie. And that'll be it. It's just a straight up action movie. Wild West. The protagonist. Remember, not every film needs an antagonist. A romantic comedy, for instance, can do without a clearly defined villain. Alright, so you are a cowboy. The antagonist is... We'll say the antagonist is a murderer. Actually, we'll make them a serial killer. The supporting character, we will have a love interest. And let's see. We will have a shootout. And the antagonist will die. Alright, that's what we... Actually, honestly, we'll stick with that. That is what we're going to do for this one. So get to work. As long as you can crank out movies, you should be fine, as your script department can carry with ratings post-production. Yeah. And don't feed me too much as far as strategy and all that. I would like to figure it out as we go and all that. Part of the fun of these games is also figuring out how, like, what combinations work, and there's also a thing that I do try to accurately represent a game that if you jump in and you don't have chat feeding you how to play the game or whatever, I do want to present whatever frustrations you run into accurately and all that. Because there are some games that are just pretty awful to get into because the game doesn't tell you enough. Alright, so we got the bodyguard because that was faster research, doesn't cost anything. You've been figuring it a lot as you go bankrupt? Yes, this is our second playthrough. The first playthrough we got a pretty good ways, but eventually did go bankrupt. And that was leaning in really hard on quality. And so we had a lot of really good movies early on, and then just the expenses started to overcome the profit. We will go ahead and get protection set up as well. Because all those circle ones have no additional expense to me, whereas the triangle ones or the diamond ones are like additional buildings and all that that I have to pay for. And meanwhile, let's get our other two writers doing something. So create new. Lord of the Strings. I don't know. This will be our adventure movie. It'll be a fantasy kingdom. The protagonist will be a daring adventurer. The antagonist will be an evil monster. The supporting characters will be a damsel in distress. There'll be a theme of a treasure hunt with a finale of protagonist finds a treasure. There's someone else I should have other than damsel in distress here. Da 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 da. We can have sidekick. Alright. Because you got all the way to 1938 and then learned you've been making a very big mistake for years that eventually cost you everything. Excellent. Alright. So yeah, we've got all that. Select that. You're my adventure guy, Donkey Duff, so get to work. That's right, I want you working late into the hours of night, hunched over a typewriter, looking as if you're some type of gremlin or something. That is the exact vibe I want. Okay, so we got one last one we can go ahead and do, because we got our action, we got our adventure, and now we want a thriller. Thriller, but like, not the song. Okay, so thriller. Okay. Modern American town. And the protagonist will be a working man. The antagonist will be a criminal mastermind. The song releases half a century in the future? Correct. But you got to make sure. You want to clarify that stuff. Let's see. Struggle for a better life. The finality. Protagonist gets a chance at a better life. We'll have an angry boss. I have multiple like female actors, so I'm trying to make sure every movie has at least, you know, multiple options there. All right, and you can start writing those. Because of that, we can have a whole thing. You want to make sure MJ doesn't sue for trademarking thing. Yeah, so we're trying to split it up so that I have, you know, multiple roles and all that. So that, because, like, I can't remember what they start you with. If we go in here, we can probably check. If we look at our actors to begin with. So I've got four guys and, you know, 2 girls and all that. Not all of these people are going to stay. Because racist is pretty awful. And misogynistic is pretty awful. So there's a very good chance when their contracts come up, they won't be part of the company anymore. Because they cause more headaches than benefits. Dude better make Godfather eventually? No. So what we're going to be doing... So we're deliberately going, like, on the cheap. Okay. So with this one, if I extend it farther, we will ultimately drop. Because it's minus 10% roughly per cycle. So the next one drops us to 13%. That knocks off another roughly $6,000 or whatever that is, $8,000 or $80,000. So at that point, we'd be losing money. So end distribution, get our cash. So Limpin' Luke was profitable, made us $2 million bucks, and that's the one that's they're basically given to you as a freebie. All right, pre-production. We now have a casting office so we can hire people. We're gonna need that to just deal with a bunch of stuff. How much is for the XP? 500 days? We have sets and props and scouting office. I'm going to go with the XP. I probably should go for the sets and props, but I'm trying to minimize our expenses as much as possible. I was poring over a pile of documents inherited and came across something rather interesting. It turns out the previous studio promised the late Joe Duvall 25% of the box office over the film Limpin' Luke. It seems this condition was added at the last minute. It also was introduced to the amendments of the main contract just a few days before Duvall's death. No one even warned us about it. Apparently the Duvall family doesn't even know about it. And what difference should it make to them? Over his 5-year career, the guy starred in 8 hits. His inheritance should be enough for several generations. Not that it ever would anyway, of course. The only people enjoying the Duvall's money are his drunk father and 2 aunts. The box office take has been substantial. The percent we owe him is $799,198. So, should we contact his relatives and tell them they could start looking for another beachfront villa? This conversation happened and you never saw the document. So last time we were like, no, there's a chance this could come back to bite us. So, you know, this conversation never happened and you never saw that document. Okay. Sometimes you may have to cross the line. It could be a matter of legality, could be immorality. Secrecy and discretion are key. The more terrible the secret, the greater the consequences, if the truth should come out. People like to talk, so your secrets could come out at any time. The scale shows the probability they'll be leaked. You can simply bide your time until the secret is forgotten and the risk falls to 0, or you can entrust the matter to the gentleman from the security department. Okay, so basically it's saying we have a secret now that we have stolen money from the Duvall's family because, you know, I owe it and I have done that. This is where secrets are kept. I'm assuming it's up there. All right, before we do that, let's go to our security department. And I need to hire someone. So we are going to find the cheapest person we can. Ah, yeah, would you look at that? $100? You're perfect. You're exactly the man for the job. And we can go to our secrets, because you can assign security to it. And do me a favor. And I don't want to hear about that ever again. What's the focus on the movie-wise? Like parody movies? No, we're doing... So the actual focus we're supposed to be doing is just basically turning out as fast budget crappy movies. So like copyright safe garbage movie kind of thing. Last time I like put all my focus in making things as high quality as we could. So this time I'm cheaping out at every opportunity I can. Is the entire strategy. Okay, so I've got the service department because I'm going to need that to not have everyone quit out from underneath me. And we're going to continue to do things because I'm probably going to go through a lot of employees is going to be my guess of how this happens. So we should just prepare for that. Honestly, could have been worse. And our actors carried it, which is surprising, but, you know, cool. We'll start production. I'm going to just let security not be involved in this one. We're not particularly famous. We don't particularly have anything. Security's busy keeping our dirty laundry hidden from the public eye. Okay. And I've also found that services is a good way of cheaping out and things. By instead of giving people like proper raises, you just like throw a bottle of whiskey at them as a way of managing things. You're like, here's a watch. Will you accept getting paid like $5,000 less? Yeah? Cool, man. Okay. Throw them a pizza party so they don't revolt? Exactly. We are definitely taking that management approach of, oh, you have legitimate grievances? I got your two buddies here. We got cheese and we got pepperoni. Eventually just loaded up services because most of your long-term employees started wanting like 500,000. You ain't paying that. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm actually expecting to rotate through people. Let's see, Lydia Globe. I feel my vocal cords strengthening, my timbre developing, and I'm honing my dictation. Soon, I'll be the star of the stage as well as the screen. But professional growth takes time. Can you give me another 2 months to complete the training course? I promise I'll be back on set. My acting skills will blow you away. Yeah, I don't actually care about her at all, so her not being here doesn't hurt me. Because as I've mentioned before, I believe with the way your staff works is a lot of it's very front-loaded costs. Because a lot of the employee salaries I believe that are down there are focused more on like the people working your sound stage and all that kind of stuff, your ongoing ones. But I believe most of your actors you pay up front. I could be wrong in that one. All right, there's the casting office. So as we have our contracts run out, we'll get rid of our really good actors and just take literally anyone who is willing to work on a dime. It'll be great. No one should sure, but you're thinking correct. Yeah. No, I believe it's anyone that you have to like do the contract negotiation mechanic. I believe it's upfront cost. Whereas, like, again, the person, like, the people working in this one, there is an ongoing cost there and whatnot. So, I just got a call from Ed Miller, the journalist from the Los Angeles Tribune. He says he fell in love with our first film and wants us to honor him with a tour of the studio. I'm no idiot, of course. Miller doesn't, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream, doesn't write about movies. He's an investigative journalist. Recently, a cement plant in Santa Barbara was closed after one of his articles was published. And for the record, the cement plant they made there was excellent. One of the 10 best in the state. I don't know what the jerk hopes to find out, but he likes to pluck colorful facts out of the air. Fortunately, he likes beautiful women even more. Let's choose a young actress this week, someone loyal and not too talkative. She can show Miller around the studio, drink champagne with him, charm him with her charisma. I bet we'll have him melting. Yep, agreed, best to be on the safe side. I should have probably chosen no, because I chose this last time. So the actress must be under 30 and have a loyalty of 50, which means Canahawk is literally the only one who can do it. And Canahawk is like, look, man, if I'm going to do this crap, you're going to have to pay me. Alright, so it's literally just going to have to be cash. 15,000. It is what it is. I want to say we get reputation for this. And my assumption is if we didn't do this, we would take a hit to our reputation. Cannahawk is marvelous. By midday, Ed Miller was dead drunk, fell asleep in the main office bathroom, and we had to force the door, and carried his half-dead body home to his wife. She was so grateful that she treated our guys to apple pie. Looks like you're in good standings with the Miller family. Okay, we've got something. Yeah, sometimes accidents happen during production and filming. You can intervene to try to solve the problem, or you can just ignore it, although it's unlikely to help the film. How are my writers actually really good at this time? Like, the first one we had last time was terrible, and then we had a pretty good one. Like, you're doing solid work there. Let's see. The script's ratings are even higher than the writer's score because how well the story elements fit together. Yep. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. There's a bad guy and a ship. We're going to shelve that for right this second so I could deal with this other thing first. The very last Lardine brings a very noisy dog to the chute. The animal won't stop barking for a minute, unless it's whining or howling. Morning to night, most of the crew are praying the dog will die. We can keep shooting, the crew will get unhappy, but Lardine will be happier. We can forbid the actor from taking their dog to the chute. This will make the film crew happy, but it'll make the Lardine unhappy and reduce her loyalty. Or for $500, you can find someone to walk the dog. $500 is an irrelevant amount of money, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. This is the one that's so harsh. Basically, kill the dog, which just absolutely obliterates Lardine's happiness and loyalty. It basically bottoms it out, which I do wonder why you would ever choose that based on the judging of the consequences, unless you specifically were like, get Lardine out of here. Like, you just really didn't want that actor to be around. So let's go ahead and find someone to walk the dog for $500. Let's see. An investigation published by the Los Angeles Tribune, journalist Ed Miller delves into the connection between bootleggers and Hollywood. According to Miller, the film studios launder alcohol money through their cinema chains. The writer doesn't provide any hard facts and instead makes do with implications and circumstantial evidence. The only studio, Miller's opinion, that definitely is not involved in the scheme is Aggressively Mid Studios. This young, ambitious film company is clearly above such activities. Their goal, he wrote, is to elevate American culture and earn money through honest work. And garbage films. Mostly the garbage films. And then you'll actually click that. Well, I can't even click on it. That event happened before I had people capable of seeing through that. Let's see, even the most depressing time, cynical of times, reputation of Hollywood isn't an empty word. Reputation problems can block access to loans, new technologies, and many other opportunities. All right. An influential French magazine. So last time I said, yes, we hired an A-list actress to get into that, and it gave me reputation. But then I had this extremely expensive actress that I really didn't get the most mileage out of. So while I don't agree with the fact that we're going to use a racist term or whatever, we're just not going to go to this French event. Actors and directors have made a name for themselves and can receive special popular artistic recognition. This reflects public and critical appreciation of their talents. It can take decades to achieve this status, but sometimes all it takes is a few outstanding achievements. All right, Lord of Strings. Our writers are just doing amazingly this time. So I'm going to shelve that for a moment. And the reason I keep shelving them is I don't have a free sound studio right this second. And then this one, thriller, but not like the song. Citric, I'm gonna need you to step up your game, buddy. If you wanna keep working here, I'm gonna need you to step up your game. How much longer? All right, so we got a little bit there. Nope. And nope. So finish scripts. We're gonna chuck that one. That one's going in the bin. It's garbage. It's rubbish. You should be ashamed. Okay. Create new. Action man. Cool. Action. Continue. We'll do a tropical island this time. And we'll do a daring... Well, this is the action one. Let's see. We'll do another working man. The antagonist here will be a criminal. We will go and have our events. Let's change the theme. It's an American town. Actually, let's go even more boring. It's just gonna be a cop thing. There's a bandit. It's American town. There's a bank robbery. Then there's a shootout. And then the antagonist gets punished. So no supporting role on this one, unfortunately. Okay, so that's action. Get to work. And then we need to make a new idea. Because basically I'm keeping my writers working. They're already being paid. Adventure time. Adventure. Continue. Tropical island. Continue. Daring adventurer. And let's see. Treasure map. I mean, it's boring, but you know, okay. We will have in this one a love interest and a rival. But before we do the rival, there wasn't anything else here we want to include, right? Yada yada yada. Winning the beloved. Okay, we'll do that. You'll have a little bit of a romance thing going on. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. So we'll do that. And you're the adventure writer. Get to work. And one more idea. Do this. Because this will be our thriller writer. A better thriller than the last one I wrote. Okay, so thriller. Let's see. We'll go with Wild West. So we will have the cowboy, a serial killer. There'll be a prison break, avenging loved ones, and the antagonist gets killed. Sure. Okay. And what'll end up happening is once we unlock it where we can get new themes, I'm going to probably have someone working on trying to get that stuff. Let's see, have you heard of the Wandering Malcolm? Yeah, so we've seen this event. This is the only complaint I have with the game really right now is like this tutorial being so heavily front-loaded. Like this is the intro to it, and you get the same events again and again. That's my only negative I would say about it, is just the fact that like you do just get this kind of forced on you kind of thing. I do hope they add like a sandbox mode later where you jump in on a fledgling studio and you can just play and not have like the scripted here's this mechanic kind of thing. So basically we got a presumably crazy writer who won't show anyone anything, and he's willing to sell us his story for $1,000. Cash. I'm gonna take it because last time it was amazing. So we're gonna shelf that for right now. It is a thriller that is a romantic drama. They did say they're going to let you skip the tutorial, but they did not give a period. Yeah, no, I figured as much. But yeah, that'd be good. All right, so service building is built. And as we've been doing, we're going for as cheap as can go. $300. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. And they're just talking about we can offer medical insurance to staff as a thing. And then research-wise, we can start getting ourselves some goods and all that. Yeah, it's gonna probably next week. Next week would be really soon for that kind of a change. I imagine there's actually a decent amount of work that would have to go to, like, kind of... Because, I mean, they could strip out the existing events at the beginning, but the fear would then you'd have, like, this weird empty thing, and what's the balance and all that. Alright, so we can develop new story elements. But yeah, no, that's good. Alright. So I'm going to go for the rolling edits next, because I suspect we get to use that when, like, you know, like, oh, you're doing a story, but, oh man, the lead actor busted their leg. And all that. Yeah, no, I got you, Homelander. Again, you don't, I want to figure it out a little bit on my own. So I don't need to, like, kind of explain all the mechanics. Because I did play this yesterday, and we got relatively far. Like, I didn't get to what I would call late game or anything like that. We got to minor interactions with, like, the mob and everything, and that was about the point everything started going down. So, cool. So... We got this, we got the risk knocked down a little bit from our secrets. You need another soundstage, yo? Could you not, like, literally backseat me? Let's see, but even if they don't add more events, mod support will go crazy at some point. Yeah, hopefully the mod support gets pretty good. But yeah, no, we are going to need a second soundstage and all that. That is absolutely going to be a thing. Okay. Sorry, you got excited. No, I got you. Cool, so we've got everyone doing stuff. Yep, and everything helped out the movie, so we could start post-production. Alright. So again, we're going to go with Emma. We are going to start running into problems here because we got people who are getting pretty unhappy. And we're going to need to manage that. Now, I am cheaping out a lot of stuff. Granted, like, the last time I was like, I don't want to cheap out in this, because so much of this, like, cheaping out on it, it's really not much money compared to the overall thing. But I'm trying to force myself into the, like, yeah, we're cheaping on a bunch of stuff across the board to keep it down. Let's get that going. So that frees up one of our sound stages. So we can go here, we can look at this one. So the highest rated one is that one we bought. I'm gonna go ahead and do it, even though we're not super well suited for it. I don't care, it's got a high enough rating that's gonna be worth it a while. So Thomas is gonna take that one. We use our sound stage. And we are just going to go and keep it all inside the sound stage. And we only have one choice for filming technology and for sound technology. We're cheaping out on our staff and everything. And it'll put our people available. Let's see. I think we go with Faffers. So Canahawk is probably going to be who we go with for this. Naturally, I doubt your competence. A little professional advice. Choose actress is or at least the same level of script. Don't have one, get out of here. The love interest. There's not really a right choice here. Insa's gonna have to do it. Insa's gonna throw a fit about it because they're a leader. The rival, that's fine. Let's see, other than presidents, how do you raise happiness? So you can make the grounds on the studio a little bit better. You'll have different opportunities to things you can offer them. Gifts are one of the main ways you add happiness. From what I was seeing. But yeah. I'm ready to shine. I feel empowered, inspired, and creative. I'm not the same old Lydia Globe you used to know, always squeaking like a little gray mouse. Now I can roar like a lion. My old achievements are just a prologue, a backstory, a path to my shower of glory. Cool. So Lydia has returned to the team, and honestly, I will probably not use her very much. We'll just use people as available. So one of the things we can actually do here is technology management. I can actually upgrade our technology. Yeah, so let's go ahead and do an upgrade, and we're going to lean on economy first to try and lower our costs. Okay. And I do agree, we need a second soundstage. And we're going to make that on the cheap. Because pretty soon, I'm going to run into problems where I'm going to want to have 2 or 3 things going at once. Total dollars spent, 1,000 for the script, and we cheaped out on everything with that. That's a real hard hit to those numbers. That one dropped over full 2 points. Alright, we're gonna start production. You're still keeping our secret, so no security. That's an expense, and we don't like those. How is that secret doing? Alright. Yeah, probably especially if you want to do a lot of trash quick method. Yeah, no, we're definitely going to need more of those. What's going to need to happen is I'm going to need to slowly... What? Okay. Oh, I don't know what that banner was, but okay. Oh, it was saying that someone's sub came through. Okay, that's fine. It was weird that we didn't get like an actual notification though or whatever. Either way, let's see. The Ince isn't listening to the director. It says takes every criticism with hostility and is constantly fighting and wearing everyone thin, slowing down production. We're gonna have to make something to make him more accommodating.
Thank you.
There it
Tech
is.
For subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, Tech Crash, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 4 months you've been subbed to channel. Yeah, like, I got the banner for, like, you know, working on, like, sub goals, like, way before I was like, what? Yep, oops. This is lucky. The studio's previous owners had some blackmail material on this actor. You can use the blackmail material if someone refuses to work with you or asks for too much. If you want to blackmail material anyone else, you'll have to dig it up yourself. Yep, so they had sex with a minor. Yep. Yep. And that's a scripted thing. That's the things I want to see change. I want scripted stuff to go away from the beginning. Alright, Action Man actually got a decent score. Yeah, no, it's the reason I kept warning people, being like, yeah, you're gonna get in here and there's racist and sexist people and all sorts of awful, and it's just going to happen. Oh, it seems like you don't have enough people available right now to set up pre-production or this project. Keep in mind, you can hire additional employees. Check in the casting office where you can hire actors, directors, and cinematographers. Check with your producers. That's where you can hire new producers. So before we get into that, and Adventure Time just finished. Adventure Time's got some pretty good rating. We're gonna shelve that for right now. Not a good one. Not gonna lie. Citric Orange, we've talked about this. I need you to be producing gold. Look, we're not even gonna take it to the next screen. Get it out of here. That's garbage. Let's see. To assign a screenwriter to work on a new story element, click on the magnifying glass. Alright, so I actually have a bunch of scripts laying around, so you come up with new elements. And honestly, all of you come up with new elements for a minute. We've got this movie that's waiting for me to do that stuff. As long as it ends up better than the last one, yep. Okay, at a dangerous height, sure, we'll go with this one. Distribution. He's going many sequels to Thriller, I foresee. Yeah. Alright, so let's go here. I don't know if releasing on a holiday. Probably not romance and Halloween. We are going to use all of our theaters because they basically don't cost us anything. And for other people's theaters, we're not going to be able to get that much out of these, unfortunately, I don't think. And so I'm worried if we put a bunch of money in on that, it's going to be a bad time. So we're gonna be pretty cheap on all of this. And we'll see if I end up regretting that. So I'm going to start 3 weeks ahead, and we're going to go 3 weeks after. So this is an action romance. Ooh. So adult viewers could certainly be a target audience. The whole family, maybe. Probably adult viewers. Let me go with adult viewers. Thriller, but better than the last 17 is going to sweep the award show, and you know it. Yep. All right, let's get you all queued up and ready. Cinematography, so Harry's available. Soundstage. Oh, the other one's not built yet. Never mind. It's actively being constructed. We gotta wait a minute. Okay. Soundstage 2. Can probably handle a mild breeze. A mild wind. Can probably handle... Might be structurally sound. Excellent. All right, Mr. Board, you have a good one. Best of luck in avoiding bankruptcy. All right, so let's get the might be structurally sound. We're gonna stage all of this. Keep it on the cheap. We're using the filming and sound technology available. We're sparing no expense on any of our staff. By that I mean being as cheap as possible. I do not have an available producer. So this might be the point that we actually hire in. Let's see how low we can go. So you have 160. Oh, we're looking around my price range. Oh, look at that. 6 and 3. You are Bill Roch. You are exactly what I need. So we're gonna go for a 3-year contract. Yeah, so medical insurance isn't gonna do a whole lot for them. $1,400. Count me in. You're perfect. The big thing I'm gonna need to do is figure out how to cheap on our equipment. You're already on the staff, so get in here. So we need someone to be the cop. Sniper Spice can be the bandit. All right. Total cost of filming, bringing that price down. Just the way we want it. We want to keep these films as dirt cheap as possible. People will be leveling up by just the fact that we're doing a lot of production. And the goal here is we don't care how profitable as they are, as long as it's not terribly. Earthrush Stoney, after 5 days of heavy drinking, fell out of their third-story apartment window straight onto the sidewalk. Fortunately, walked away with only a few bruises, but not before he spent some time crawling around to the amusement of passerby, all while crawling and calling for his mother. As luck would have it, the Los Angeles Tribune reporter was passing by. Next day, everybody's talking about Earthrush Stoney's wild behavior. Cool, man. Operation results failed. Ooh. Okay. So we increased the risk of them figuring out about the stolen pay. I don't like that. I thought number only go down or fail, and, you know, if you fail, it's just out. I didn't realize the risk could go up and down. Oh, is it maybe like a tug-of-war where it can go up to the very top or it can go down the bottom? I was under the impression it was like a dice roll that, you know, if you won the roll, it went down. If you lost the roll, you, like, the information was out. Why do you advertise a movie after it stops playing? I'm not going to stop playing it after that point. I'll just stop pushing it to the other theaters, and I'll keep playing it for basically free in my own theaters. Alright, so let's see what we could do with Action Man. Oh, ho, ho. That hurts. It's almost like Baby's first production not really gonna help. Because we hired an 18-year-old to be our producer on that one. They're like, I held a camera once. It wasn't running, but, you know, I held it. You're hired. You said $10? Deal. Risk of leakage reduced. Cool. And that was the natural one going down. So basically what happened there is we effectively set ourselves back and then kind of went back to where we were at. Alright. Let's see. I took the family to see your latest movie last night, and I've got to tell you, it was a lovely evening. Can't remember the last time the wife and daughter laughed so much. It was like going to an amusement park, but it was only like 2 hours instead of 6. Of course, every man's #1 job is to keep the woman and children happy. Wouldn't you say? My daughter sure thinks so. She never stops reminding me, Dad, you promised to make me happy, and I'll only be happy if I can be an actress. I swear, she's been talking about it since she was 8, and she's already 19. I used to say I don't have those kind of connections, but now I'm the mayor, so I can't brush her off so easily. And what kind of mayor would I be anyway if I can't even make my Wendy happy? Anyways, I'm asking you to put her in one of your movies. She's a clever girl, just like her pop. You just tell her where to stand and what to say, or whatever it is you do, and she'll handle everything beautifully. Just make sure to keep it decent. Nothing dirty, right? I don't have anything against it. Business is business. It's my little princess, you know? I'll give her a role and release the film within 2 years, but I can't guarantee it's a hit. Oh, I understand that. If there was any business, let's see. If there was any business gave you sure thing, I wouldn't need... If there was any business gave you a sure thing, I wouldn't need to be mayor. Okay. Sentences are hard. Alright, so now we've got Wendy Carpenter as one of our staff members, and I didn't even have to pay her. She's perfect. She is looking for a leading role. That is what we're going with. For the price of free? Absolutely. I see you've got the hang of things in this business real quick. Don't worry, kid. I don't bite. Unless, of course, you count that time we were filming The Hungry Vulture. But, first of all, that
Take
was...
a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
It was Bo Quinn's directing, an exquisite drag. I don't have to tell you how it is. Second, it was 1 finger, not 3. I paid the papers to embellish the story just for a hoot. And third... They sewed Quince's finger back on, and he was fine. But, why are we talking about me? Let's talk about you. The new king of the movie jungle, a lion, a shark. It's just about time for me to retire, don't you think? I can't compete with stallions like you. So how do you like the industry, kid? Anybody giving you any trouble? If you have any problem with anyone, don't be shy. Talk to me. Uncle Arthur can sort everything else out. You got it, kid? Thank you, Mr. Grinstein. I think I got it. Gerstein. All right. Okay. So we can now get watches. And then we're going to go to extended medical coverage. Because all of these are services you can do that are kind of more cost effective than straight up cash. In the bank robbery scene, the extras don't look too scared. The director tried his best, but he can't make them seem afraid of the robbers. Reshoot until it looks convincing. Let one of the robbers pistol whip a hostage. Higher quality film reduces the studio reputation by 3. Stop wasting time on this. The movie, move on to the next scene. I mean, reputation's not that big a deal, and it makes my film higher quality for free. Yeah, we'll just let one of our actors pistol whip one of the supporting people. Sure. Results of the incident, -3 reputation. The extra who got pistol whip on said is demanding compensation for the injury. The chances of beating up an extra leaking is high. Fine, I will pay you. Okay, it was $3,500 in cash is what it cost me. Let's see. The share prices of N. Pascal, Pierre Zola Company, and dozen other companies have fallen by up to 30% at the end of trading in the New York Stock Exchange. In a single day, panicked investors sold $13 million in securities, and financial analysis predict the collapse of the American economy. 2 real to current events. What do you mean the person I pistol whipped was upset about it? Yeah, so, if I had better legal representation, I may have just gone with, yeah, let's let it leak, let's do this. But our legal representation is borderline not existent right now. I'm actively working on at least getting it up to medium. Alright. Hey, that's not that bad a hit. Yeah, and I'm content with us cheaping out there. All right. And all of our actors gain levels from it. Okay. And it took a hit because of the cast and crew being unhappy. Alright, so we got our editor. Emma, carry us through. Lee Woods is going to take this because they're both pretty miserable. And we cheap, and we cheap, and we cheap. Cheap out on everything. Alright, at a dangerous height. From high places we fall. Sure, why not? Release the film. So we got a C+, an improvised method that embarrasses the audience with the lowness of its quality. Words simply cannot describe it, but we can only hope that the creators of this so-called film will swiftly tame their creative incontinence. That's all you can ask of Hollywood clowns. You can't ask for more. Such a swimming review. Hey, and Thomas gained a level. All the levels happening. Okay. So we cheaped out pretty heavily on our theater rentals for this one. That's alright. Meanwhile, we got a soundstage available. So we're going to immediately pop in here, and my next highest ranking one is Adventure Time. So Adventure Time, it is time for you to shine. Cinematographer, you're the only one available, so you will do. The load-bearing duct tapes soundstage is getting put to use. Everything will be on the soundstage, that's fine. The filming technology and sound technology, we only have those. We're spending nothing on extra stuff for the production. You are all tied up, so we're going to hire the worst producer we can find. By that I mean the cheapest. Okay, I'm looking for budget. Oh, Donald over here. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry, Donald. Oscar. Oscar here is even cheaper. Welcome aboard, Oscar. You don't know how to do this job, but you're hired. I like self-importance reduces the contract expense. Add offer. So that'll actually go a pretty good ways for reducing the cost. $1,000. Welcome aboard, Oscar. You just committed your life for the next 3 years to me for $1,000. You probably should get someone to negotiate on your behalf in the future. Faffers could take over that one. The Daring Adventurer can be the Ints. The Love Interest will be Wendy. I'm sorry, but I'm still an artist. I'm not a monkey that reads the lines in front of a camera on command. Every artist needs creative support of other professionals in the scene. I'm not acting with Wendy Carpenter. I don't care whose daughter she is. You're an artist, but let's come to an agreement. We can not give you anything you care about. $30,000. The Ints. Come on, man. All right. Okay. So it's still a relatively cheap production, though, for what it's worth. So that means I've got one movie that's currently in theaters, I've got one movie in post-processing, one movie in filming, and one movie in pre-production. That's what we want to see, is we want to see that real fast turnaround on the number of movies we're producing. So you're more than a little difficult to work with, huh? To be fair, you're like an actor who's got a lot of experience, and then like 100% your supporting love interest person is absolutely 100% hired on nepotism and has never done anything in acting of any capacity whatsoever. So it is actually pretty fair for you to be like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you sticking me with this person? Let's see, we received an unexpected letter from Luxta Constructions. They're claiming they signed an agreement for the studio's previous order. According to the terms, we're supposed to spend $500,000 on their services within the next year. If we refuse or miss the deadline, they're threatening to go to court. They sent a copy of the agreement along with the letter. It's difficult to judge its authenticity. There's an agreement, so let's honor it. So last time we told them to screw off, and then we lost the court case. I have actually been using them. It's actually kind of a bummer that we have been using the budget construction stuff this whole time. And, like, it doesn't count towards it. I feel like that shouldn't be that way. Alright, so Adventure Time has finished, I believe, pre-production? Yeah. Taking pretty strong hits from cheaping out and everything. Alright, start production. Security's still busy keeping our secret secret. Rotten Fates. We've cheaped out so badly on so much. Sure, this one. Alright. So let's go ahead and drop you after Horror of a Generation. We are going to absolutely blast it in our theaters. And again, we are going to go very cheap on what we're going to rent out from other people. I'm honestly curious if with the theater manager, if you could just buy up all the other theaters and make good money by just renting space to your opposition. Like, I wonder how viable of a strategy that would be. This is the final film that the agency has hired to promote. After this, you'll plan to pay for the advertising yourself to make your own advertising campaign, but build the marketing outreach department. Okay, so this is a drama with romance and a thriller. This will be for adults. That isn't fun for the whole family. Making good money on our other movie there. How are we doing on... Where's it at? Headquarters. Mid-level legal protection. Heck yeah. Let's see. So we can delay contract payment. Free contract termination. Those are just extended contracts. That isn't available. Recover contract amount. If you prematurely terminate a contract for one project with an actor, cinematographer, you recuperate half the contract's amount. We're going to go with higher level legal protection. So double XP, rolling edits, repair crew, surveillance, technology invention. Alright. Honestly, 40% drop. So let's adjust our distribution. So I'm going to cut it to 250 and keep it playing. So basically reducing how much we're spending on keeping a film available in theaters. And we will keep it going in our own stuff. So we're just going to keep it going against all the other movies. I'm not going to change any of the advertising, I don't think. Let's see. The lead actor suddenly realized he's a whole head shorter than the actress playing his lover. Let's see. When you really love someone, size is not the only thing that matters. Shoot how it looks. So the ends is going to take a happiness penalty because we are going to make the ends wear high heels so that they appear taller. New story element. Nudity. Cool. And we've almost got the marketing department. Oh, and Action Man's ready for more. What do you mean the quality went up? How'd the quality go up? We do nothing but trash here. How did we improve the quality of our production at any stage in this? Did the actors carry it? Oh, right. No. This is the one we let the staff pistol whip one of the people, and that improved the movie. Okay. So Emma's gonna take that. Lee Woods is gonna take this. We're gonna cheap. We're gonna cheap. We're gonna cheap. And we're gonna start post-production. So we'll probably want to get the sound booth. Hey, successful this time. Cool. We've almost buried this thing. And pretty soon we're going to need to get a new script out. New story element. Adultery. I see what type of studio our writers are trying to push us towards. I see the type of product they're trying to get us to push. I am understanding the direction that our writers would like to see us go. Marketing and outreach. Okay. So let's see, we've got hush money. If one of your actors gets into a scandal, you can settle it with cash. Dirty tricks. You can use dirty tricks to promote the film if you can find, if you can get the department head on board. A hospice visit. You can raise awareness of the film. The cast can visit hospice and spend time with dying fans. We can do analytics and statistics. We can get the printing office. And we can get theater management. I'm going to go with the theater management. Okay, so we can go here and get our marketing outreach department. Okay. On one single evening in Detroit, 105 people died of alcohol poisoning. Among the deceased is the renowned actor Randy Drake. The media is blaming the management of the Boxler plant for this incident. They've been taken to mixing poison in with industrial alcohol to combat the theft of solvents. Investigators from the Bolt newspaper believe the poisoned alcohol somehow found its way into the underground bars of Los Angeles as well. The director, Benjamin Bowman, commented on the incident on Fun Times magazine, saying, "For the death of my friend and colleague, I ask you to blame the idiot congressman who voted for prohibition. I'd like to hear what they have to say when something like this happens to their children." This is legit, by the way. Feds would poison. It wasn't only the feds. You had, because what was happening is you'd have, like, alcohol from businesses getting stolen. So, like, alcohol for cleaning and all that getting stolen and then used to make bootleg alcohol. Which is why there's a lot of people end up going blind and a bunch of different problems. Because it was, you know, not the correct alcohol and then it was getting poisoned on top of that and all sorts of stuff. Like, Prohibition had lots of bad stuff happen during it. Oh, you actually have got scripts here. And one or two of them aren't actually terrible. Yeah, go ahead and try it. See what you can do with that one. But yeah, I know there's a whole bunch of stuff. Like, that was an era when, like, organized crime exploded, corruption was rampant. Like there was a reason there was a lot of people had some pretty heavy grievances during that time frame. All right. Hey, a slight improvement. I'm not used to seeing improvements. On the plus side, we're leveling people real aggressively. On the downside is then they're going to ask for more money, and then eventually I'm probably not going to renew their contracts because they'll just cost me too much. Distribution. Okay, we need to put it after our own film. Okay. I kind of wonder why they bother to give you a slider for your own theaters when, you know, why would I not do the free, like the nearly free viewing of my own place? Ah, 1 second. Let's close that for right now. That's going to sit for a moment because in 13 days, I'll have the marketing department so we can actually market it. All right. A gun maker in Kansas sold booze to black baseball players. He got 20 years in jail. Oh yeah, no, Prohibition was a wild time. All right, I mean, it's still technically making us money. So now we're just going to drop down where we're renting anyone else's movie theaters at all. We are going to run strictly on our own. And then after that, we'll pull it from the shelves because that's going to be about the time that our other movie releases. And our first year, we made a profit of $133,000. So we had to pay taxes. Let's go, chat. Opened up the game, and we are profitable right from the start. And we got number 5 in the box office success in a movie that we shouldn't really get credit for. And critical acclaim, we got a top on there. And fan favorites, we got top on there. All for the movie that we weren't really the ones who should have gotten permission from because we didn't film it or anything. And that's also considering I haven't even withdrawn all the money from my movie that is already released. I'm going to need to get the next film in the pipeline. I don't have enough producers on hand to do that. Let's go ahead and do it anyways. Alright, so our next best film is Lord of Strings. Lord of the Strings. We'll start that project. Why is cheaping out and stuff working so well? Harry, get in here. There's this. Everything on your own sound stages. We are going to probably have to improve the quality of our sound stages at some point. I suspect that will start to become a problem. Right now we're getting away with it. No extra expenses on that. Okay, so we need another producer. Let's actually hold on that because we have this, at Dangerous Heights is right about to be pulled from the shelves. We'll just get that producer on it. Marketing and distribution. Okay, so we can go ahead and add advertising. Gotcha. Okay, so that's not today's date. Okay. Add advertising. So this is an action movie. So publisher of comic books about a family of brave hamster. That is not our target demographic. Young Woman of America, that's not our target demographic for this one. One issue of Spark was banned from North American schools thanks to deep neckline on its cover. Naturally, circulation only grew. Now it's of the big publishing houses for young masses. I still don't think that. The Ross Brothers have their business acumen on that brought up the billboards, the busiest roads. That's not really what we're looking for. Radio stations for intelligent, sophisticated man with a twist. Theater, cinema, hunting, cars. It's an encyclopedia range of topics, but the articles are elaborately written that only the most sophisticated readers can understand them. That's not our target demographic. Publishing house produces a widely circulated newspapers. In a world, they're the press. They read at bus stops, quoted in the kitchen arguments, and flutter in the wind in the back streets. That might work for us. The company that produces the magazine and radio programs to cover theater, cinema, and literature. Circulation seems fall, but they are celebrated for their expertise and exciting interviews, especially among intellectual. That's not our target demographic. The national network radio stations boasts all the award-winning presenters across America. Middle-aged and older people listen. Where is, like... All of these kind of suck for our purposes. I'm gonna go with the billboards. Just choose them all, obviously. Yeah, just have like a not great movie and then just spend $1 million on just ads. Sadly, that actually probably wouldn't be the worst strategy, but probably not that good. The movie would probably need to be good enough to hold out on its own. All right. Operation results failed. Threat went back up. You're killing me, Pedro. What am I underpaying you for? You wonder if that'd work? I think if your movie was good enough. Head of security. The inch shot his neighbor's dog. He says the dog is barking all night and wouldn't let him sleep. Now the neighbor's wife is telling everybody, and they live next to a maniac. Sooner or later, the story is going to reach journalists. What should we do? We can say it's none of her... Let her say what she wants. It's none of our business. That'll still hurt us. Or we can throw $100 at her to try and make her forget the scandal. Oh... $1,000. The problem is that's my on-cash money, and we're fast running out of that. Apparently there's a real plague of problems here of, you know, barking dogs. That's apparently a major issue in this whole thing. You think there's a month somewhere? Oh, yeah, no, there's, Yeah, no, we grabbed it the last time, the $500. I thought that was, like, to your main bank. I didn't think about the fact of it being cash, like, that you could do that. Alright. So this is about to get pulled from the shelves. Because that'll probably be the point where it's just not worth me keeping it there, because it'll make like 4,000 bucks and rather throw the producer at something else. Rotten Fates. We bought this. So it's probably better than you'd expect. Release the film. See, technically, we were still turning a profit on it. We were making 184 bucks per day and only costing $19 per day. Needless to say, that, or week, that is obviously a trivial and insignificant amount of money. So we're going to end distribution. But, profitable film. With our word is that Arthur Gearston is furious about the success of At a Dangerous Height. To spite you, he tried to lure the Ince over to Gerstein Brothers. Nobody knows what exactly he proposed, but the deal fell through, and Gerstein promised he'd get even with the actor. I wouldn't take the threat idly, and it could get a lot uglier than a bloody nose. Can you imagine what this jealous jerk would do? Let's quickly assign a guy on security protection for the Ince. All right, Ince. Let's go get you some legal protection, or some protection here. So we need to provide protection for you, and that means I need to hire someone to do it. Select an agent. All right, so I have to go through hiring through this one, so we're going to add a person. Now, I will warn you, the Ince, we're really cheap here at the studio. So you're going to get Eugene here. It's Eugene's first day on the job. He's never actually worked security, but he does like the idea of punching people. He's never done it before, but, you know, it's probably fine. All right, so begin protection of the Ince. Since you are actively being threatened. Spared no expense. Does it also a bug question? You think there's upgrade? Let's see. Now that you're out of your session, what's the strategy of this run? Is it working? We are producing as much as cheaply as we can. So far, it does seem to be working. We were profitable our first year. Not by a lot, but, you know, it was profit. Not much to say past that. It was profit. And that is arguably the high bar we're going for. All right, so Vincent is here. Luxray could take that. The Daring Adventurer. Sniper Spice could take that one. The Sidekick. We'll have Canahawk take that one. And the Evil Monster will be played by the very last Lardine. That one's actually got a pretty high cost of production. You love being the monster? Someone's got to be. Ooh, B+? Oh, right. That's the one that we bought the script for. I was like, B+, like, how the heck do we actually pull that off? After I saw it, I felt like I should refund my ticket. The film leaves a void behind when it's over. The Ince is great as always, he plays the role brilliantly. Such a poor offering, one involuntarily begins to invent excuses for it. But in the truth, there is no excuse, beyond the foolishness of its creators, and the total vacancy of talent on the screen. What could have led to such a failure? Poor education? The absence of taste? The greed in Hollywood bigwigs? Surely our readers already know the truth. Harsh. Okay. Cool. Alright, so Rotten Fates is now out into theaters. Adventure Time has had a delay. Let's see. Wendy Carpenter brought her cat to set. Then it ran away. Wendy Carpenter is crying nonstop and can't focus on her role. Those aren't my problems, which will hurt the film's production and cause all sorts of mayhem. Let's see. We can have everyone look for her cat, which slows down production but improves her loyalty. You can give her some time to calm down, which lowers the quality. Oh, give her something to calm her down, which is you give her heroin, which lowers the quality. Shoot whatever scenes you can without her. The filming is 30% slower for 10 days, and it'll make Wendy unhappy. We're going to tell everyone to look for the cat, because the delay is not that big a deal, and it doesn't cause a whole lot of extra problems. Like, literally, I've got one movie already out in the theaters, another one is about to drop. Script department, rolling edits. Cool. So let's go for where it could do 6 story elements. and see what we can do there. Zoom out in the panorama to see all the key information about your studio on screen. Alright, so our happiness and our loyalty is getting pretty bad. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our services, and I am going to get gifts. We get a bunch of watches in here. Let's see, Sword of Christ, a candle of the world, the word of the Lord in the wretched darkness of the fallen America. So we got a new newspaper writing about the cinema that is a highly religious newspaper. Which means they're not going to like literally anything I produce. Considering the last two things we discovered for story things were adultery, divorce, and yeah, it was adultery, divorce, and nudity. I don't think the religious side of things are going to really like us. Let's see. Production on Adventure Time is about to wrap. There's some last big kiss scene on a collapsing bridge left to film. It's a dangerous stunt, very complicated, and we're using Sergio the handyman for the stunt double. Sergio is brilliant, but, well, you know why they call him a handyman, right? Usually it's no big deal. This is show business after all. But he'll be playing the scene with Wendy Carpenter. And I seem to recall you promised the mayor that you'd keep the girl shots clean. We can't rewrite the scene, the whole film leads up to it. We're talking about the climax of the picture, and we can't film the stunt without Wendy. She's in the close-ups the whole time. I already asked around. The only stunt man besides Sergio who can handle the stunt like this is currently filming in France and won't be available for a month. And charges a ridiculous price. What should we do? I can ask Sergio, of course, but we've been through this before. He nods his head, and then he can't help himself. Alright, so we're going to delay the filming and all that. It is what it is. Because I have a feeling if you let that go the wrong way, you'll get stuff like police raids or something because the mayor will go out of way to go after you or something. Risk of leakage reduced. Yay! Now, if you could do me a favor, Pedro, and not screw up this next time and keep raising the risk of me getting caught on that, it'd be really swell. I stole someone's money and it is mine now, and I don't want legal ramifications. The person I stole it from's dead. It's only their family not getting the money. It's fine. Okay, Lord of Strings took a pretty bad hit in pre-production. No surprises. I'm cutting corners everywhere. We're going to start production here. We have no available security. They're all busy. So I'll just keep that moving forward. Look at Rotten Fates pulling in that money. Love to see it. New script, and it's actually pretty solid. Okay. Do I have the people available to start this project? No, I don't. I'm missing a sound stage. That's fine. That'll just sit for a minute. Meanwhile, since we already have one ready, you go ahead and jump on getting more story elements ready. And then we'll write up some more scripts here in a minute. Okay. So it's had 0 reduction in attendance. It has maintained 100% attendance for 4 solid weeks. Yeah, just extend the distribution. Action Man. He's a man of action. What did you expect? Excellent. We're genuinely making solid money with that. Ooh, okay, so C is not great. Hackneyed fluffed, unworthy of being dubbed cinematic art. Cool. Hey, head of distribution gained a level. I'm gonna keep with the overall speed bonuses. Because, like, the other two I'm less worried about, but the overall speed bonuses seems like a solid one. Every actor has a limit to their potential abilities, above which is nearly impossible to climb. This ceiling is lower for some, higher for others. One of your employees has reached his limit and will no longer receive experience points. Well, the poor game is just bullying this. To be fair, I'm using the ints in like every one of my things. So that's probably why it's so predominant. Okay, so you're still busy. So technically we are now competing with ourselves on the movie, because Rotten Fates is still things. Alright, we can pay our taxes. The game doesn't like you. Yeah, but you're making me so much money. Your character is being very difficult, but also you're making me a lot of money. So, you know, it is what it is. I should have definitely delayed Action Man farther. So that's a new lesson. Let's pan any time I release a movie. Don't have my releases go back to back. Release a movie, put like a couple weeks in between to release a movie. That way when we extend our showing of the movie, it doesn't bleed in where we're competing with ourselves. Protection complete! Yay! You successfully protected the ints from nothing, but that's still good because, you know, I should keep you on that in case it's not nothing next time. Because the ints was loyal to us when someone tried to, you know, to poach them from us. Alright, so Longclaw here wants a raise. And I'm assuming if I say no, they quit. Longclaw, you're killing me, buddy. How dare you ask your worth? Ooh, Citric Orange? There's a problem with you asking for a raise, though. You have definitely not been producing out of our group. So I'm gonna figure out what happens if I tell you no, because I need to figure that out. And your scripts have not been good. Okay. So it doesn't cause them to quit, but it does really torpedo their happiness and all that. That's okay. I'll hire someone new on the cheap to take over your job when you quit. Let's see. Employees won't throw a tantrum if you cheap out on landscaping. Enthusiastic newbies. Employees boost their happiness and loyalty when they're hired. Yup. Wayward Soul is the new story type. Alright. So let's set up distribution. Because it is still making money. Just not much. So we're going to cut your cost down. because I screwed you by having Rotten Fates playing over you. Meanwhile, you are still at 100% attendance. What? What? How are you meaning? Oh, it's 100% attendance for what I've got. Okay, I see. I made a mistake with that. So that means I didn't get enough theaters rented for that. Okay, in the future, anytime I see 100% attendance, I done goofed, is what that means. So we basically didn't get nearly as much money as we potentially could have if I would have committed to renting more theaters. Let's see, you're only showing it on other people's screens. All of your screens are being used for the other movie? I'll have to double check that. That makes sense. Start post-production. Lee Woods, film development. We cheap out every chance we get. Yeah, can I check your distribution? Doesn't look like it's fine. You know, I see what you're saying. That just farther supports the whole thing going back and forth. Let's see, some thugs tried to beat up the Ints, but security agent managed to protect him. Hey, you see, I got the cheapest security person for you, the Ints, and already they have earned every dime of it. That they protected you from getting roughed up. Am I not such a benevolent employer? We are going to be taking that out of your future pay, as you know, it's just expected. That's just how that's going to go. Okay, get the next one of these going. Got to get the next ones going on here. Filming technology and all that. That's probably why there's a slider for your own Let's see. You're investing in the future potential of your employees. Yeah. All right. I still got producers tied up. That's fine. Because we got two movies currently cooking. I've recently been hearing that our cinema is approaching the European model. A few years ago, I'd have laughed at the thought, but today, I might even agree. The portrayal of characters and nuance of the conflict, the attention to detail, even the sophisticated cinephile such as myself has to admit we're seeing progress. And I've little doubt this is something to do with you personally. That's why it's so strange to see policeman films, even today, still always acting like idiots and klutzes. How long can this outdated nonsense go on? I assure you real-life police are the team of strong men and close friends, always ready to lend our broad shoulders to those in need, the shield the persecuted with our mighty physiques. A true brotherhood. Like, let's see, we're like modern-day musketeers. Maybe it's time someone makes a movie that shows police risking our lives for the people. Show everybody who we really are. I know how to show gratitude. Having a friend on the force could help in a big way in your business. Yup, I will toss you into a movie. This will be the first real movie about us, about the police. Operation successful. And with that, we have successfully stolen money from the family of an actor who died recording something for us. Yup. Yup. Well, yes, your pretty face makes the money. It's good to protect it. It's just good business. New technology for sale. Hess Pro 35. I don't know. That doesn't sound like it's cheap. That sounds like technology that costs something. it's weird that this whole turning out garbage films is working way better. We cheaping out the cop movie and risking it. Or are we going for to try for good results? Oh no, we're cheaping. Like Wendy, the mayor's daughter, we cheaped on that too. We're cheaping out on everything. The only thing we did with Wendy is we did pay extra to not get the handsy stuntman. Because I'm assuming if the stuntman, like, groped her on set or something, that'd be a big problem. All right. So, the question is, if I have this use just our own theaters, at a very small amount, how'll that go? So stop renting entirely. I'm sure it's a mistake to keep those going, but I want to see what happens here. Because I'm not too worried about it staying too long, because I got 2 other movies going. We've got this movie that's waiting to be done, because I gotta wait for the production people to be off of these. Protection results, protection complete. Okay, and it was just... I wish I could get some idea, like, what level of threat the actor or actress was under, to know, like, how much or how little I should be allocating it. Because, like, that one, it was very explicit, being like, oh yeah, the Ints basically turned down this other this other company, and they got all angry, and as a result, you know, it was just a thing. I also wonder if I could literally keep this running and get that, like, $100-something, like, if it eventually stopped. All right. It's also weird to me that that number keeps going up, and I'm not adding more to the production. Because the amount I pay them doesn't go up until our contract renegotiation. Sure, adventure time. So I'll drop you here. At which point you will be going on all of our theaters. We'll set you to do just a couple of these. Okay, so you are an adventure one. That's probably good for the whole family. Honestly, I'm just gonna keep going with this. The billboards. It is interesting to me that early on when you source it with like the other advertising agency or whatever, like where it's at the beginning, it's like, do you want to advertise to like men, families, or like, you know, men, families, or adults? And then after that, it's nowhere near as transparent. An anti-prohibition parade took place in Syracuse, a small city in New York State. The protest was organized by local activists after a series of news articles connected with mass poisoning in different parts of the country. About 100,000 people took the streets. One of the parade's organizer was an actor, Andrew Stanley. I'm proud of the city where I was born and raised. I'm proud of the people who live here, said Andrew Stanley in a comment to the USA Post. We organize this parade not because we're alcoholics who can't tear themselves away from the bottle. This is a protest against the lies, against the killings, and destroying the economy of the United States. And we will win, and the perpetrators will go to prison. Okay. Well, it's about that time. This has been held too long. Alright. So we need to look at our talent pool. Ooh, Donald, you're looking... Oh, wait, sorry, Donald. Calvin showed up here. Calvin wants basically nothing. Calvin knows my favorite price. Calvin's not even worth throwing a watch at. Literally, Calvin is going to work for me for the next 3 years for $1,000. Calvin should have really had someone more experienced negotiate on their behalf. Director, there's Faffers. Allow me to give you some unsolicited advice. You know better than that viewers love a familiar face and familiar roles, but it's better to not overdo it. If you shoot the same actor, the same roles and genres too often, people start to resent it. Try to give the audience time to miss their favorite actor. Okay, well, you're gonna work that role instead then. Which does mean I need a new actor because you're all busy. And we're gonna go to free agents. We're gonna go way down here. All right. Victor's looking really promising here. You're arrogant. I don't really want to deal with that. Randall. Oh, wait. Jim Edwards. Oh, hang on. Jesse Yamamoto. Jesse Yamamoto. Welcome to the team. Alright, so, again, you're offering to work for me for so cheap that literally it would cost me more to buy the watch. Alright, I'm gonna need to get you a watch. So you're slightly less pissed off at me. Let's give one to Baffers as well. Alright. It feels like my cost of production is just continuously going up all the time. And significantly. Even though I'm choosing the same things. And I'm a little confused about that. Like, I'm willing to bet if I sit down and we break down numbers, I can see what's going on, but still. Script department. 6 story elements in this store. In a story. Cool. Alright. We can go by categories. And we get additional experience for pre-release. More experience, happiness. Okay, so these are blocked off. So we can double the experience we get. Let's see, a freelance open writer's office. That's another thing. Writers write faster. Additional XP per script. More story ideas faster. We can lean into making more things. You can also make it so we just get story elements automatically really quickly. We'll make the writers write faster. Because then we can just have them write and write and write. And hopefully that'll sort things out. Okay, we've officially hit the point that we cannot make Action Man profitable. It made $9 the last cycle. So Action Man was a commercial failure. That's our first one that did not turn a profit. That's fine. And the lesson there is we accidentally competed with ourselves. We're also going to end distribution on this one because it's like $600 I'm making per week, and that's dropping fast. So that made us 1.2 million. So that's good. All right, so we need to do a movie that does the heroes in uniform. Headquarters, we can now get a bigger loan if we want it. Yeah, here's the cash per month. So we definitely want to do the cash per month. So we've got the sheriff. We're going to have you stop working on that. And you're going to start working on an idea. So none of those are appropriate for what you like, which is action. So let's go ahead and work on this. So action, like, we're going to say even more action. Cool. So that's going to be an action movie. Continue. Setting, we'll make it modern American city. Cool. We will have the protagonist. So we got a couple of different ones we could choose. Oh, you know what? Let's switch it to Wild West, because we got the sheriff role available. That's a new one. Oh, wait, we're supposed to do a cop. Right. We're supposed to show law enforcement. Oh, actually, I don't know if it needs to be an actual cop or what for this one. So I have a cop, and they'll be going after a murderer. Nah, we'll go all the way up to serial killer. We have a serial killer. This time we'll have that going on. Heroes in uniform. Search for a killer. A shootout. And the antagonist gets... Well, the antagonist gets killed. Alright. So change that back to an American city. Well, actually, I'll do an American town. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright. Get to it. Because that'll satisfy where they want a cop movie. They use heroes in uniform. Okay, and you're ready for the next phase of production. I don't remember what the smell of metal is. Other than significantly worse than it was before. Man. Yeah, so it looks like more and more of these are affecting the quality of the film. That might end up starting to be a thing where I'm going to have no choice but to invest in upping some of the quality stuff. Because it does seem like as the game goes on, it's not really making it super transparent, but it seems like the minimum bar you can go might be going up. Because as you can see, we're getting pretty badly hammered from start to finish. We'll see. We'll see how far I can go with this. Start post-production. Same editor as always. Composers. Let's give you a watch to hopefully make you a little bit happier. Get you in here. And honestly, you can have a watch too. You're happy already, but you're like my MVP. You deserve something. We're going to cheap out on everything from the orchestra and all that. Meanwhile, do we have any... So you're currently in production. The next one would be the sheriff. But let's let our writer finish their thing before we get the sheriff going. Well, actually, how long do I have for the uniform? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, so what we'll do is we will get this script here. That's the 5 point whatever. We're gonna get that moving because we want to keep these films rolling out. Harry here, we're gonna give them a watch to hopefully make them a little bit happier. We have the soundstage. All right. We're cheap on everything else. Oh, we got the producer. Oh. Bill sucks. Bill has already maxed out what they're capable of. Imagine hitting 19 years old and realizing you are literally never going to get better at your job. That's only 5 loyalty. For right now, we'll just keep Luxray on board. The very last Lardine will be the cowboy. All right. And then the serial killer will be Sniper Spice. Too real? Can you make it into DVDs or something? What is setup distribution? No, so this is 1930, so there's gonna be no DVDs. It's distribution to like can your film and then send it off to the theaters. So it's distribution to the theaters. All right, so we got 3 movies in production. We've got 1 movie releasing in 2 weeks. Cool, we have made our cameras even cheaper. Love to see it. Let's go to sounds and let's go to upgrade availability. We're gonna make our audio equipment even cheaper. So that'll be good. Can I... That's... Protection results. Cool, no one tried to mess with the ants this time. Right, so I can't do anything here yet. We're almost to the point of being able to repair stuff, and then I'm gonna have to see what it takes to actually build and repair things. I have a feeling the spend $500 with Luxta is going to fall through, but I'm hoping that because we've drug it out so long and I've gotten like more levels in my legal team and everything, that when it ultimately goes to a court case for whatever the difference is, that we can potentially win that court case and not have to pay the $500,000. That's the hope here. New story element, Soldier. I'm expecting Citric Orange to quit, by the way. Because they asked for a raise and we told them no. Adventure time. It's got the ints. What more do you want? I thought only women and children cried at movie, but when I saw my princess on the big screen, I've got to admit, sir, I nearly burst into tears myself. Remarkable business you're in, isn't it? Never would have imagined. Okay, so now we have the mayor in our pocket as a friend. Did you use that contractor before the pop-up? If so, was that cost included? Did you use the contractor before the pop-up? I'm sorry, I'm missing which pop-up you're talking about. Stream delay and all that kind of stuff. Yep, so we've got goodwill points that we could spend to cause things. GPs are needed to ask friends for favors if your points drop below 0. He did, and no, it didn't. Gotcha. To earn goodwill points, you can do favors for your friends. So we can help your nephew, build 3 buildings with that contractor within a year, tout the mayor's achievements. You could show, let's see, maybe 2-minute reel about your achievements you could show in theaters for the next 6 months before the start of your films. We can ask for the mayor's party, which yields a lot of influence points, which I can never seem to use enough of. And we can... Red Carpenter's lawyer knows every judge in LA, and he can call the right person the right words to sit back and wait for the right verdict. His legal talents increase the success. Alright, so if we do get into a legal spat, I can use the fact that the mayor's my friend to do that. Yeah, no, 500,000, that's like you're building out your place, because it's also the really cheap one. Let's see, please, C+. Which is better, watching this movie a second time or sticking your neck into a maniac's noose? Either way, you lose. This isn't a movie, it's a bucket full of cattle waste. Are you prepared to pay for that? Stop funding these Hollywood parasites. Let us see them howling and crawling at their knees to offer quality films. No. We produce the cheapest of the cheap here, friend. That is our business model. That's what I like to see, another level and an overall speed up. Why make it better when you can make it faster? All right. So we got Adventure Time in theaters. So we'll get that moving. Yesterday, Chelsea said she was tired of looking at the same old LA sun. Chelsea isn't real, but don't worry, I'm not crazy. I invented her specially so I could push all my vices onto her. An old friend taught me this trick. He and I, well, let's just say we have similar hobbies. Chelsea and I usually get along fine, but she started screaming so loud my head nearly exploded. I'm going to start wearing a blindfold. That way, to teach Chelsea a lesson. Let her sit in the dark and think about her behavior. Could you let me go for 3 months? Yeah, that's fine. I'm not really using you hardly at all. The director wants to set a horse on fire, and the whole crew is horrified. Let's see. So we can let it burn, and the film crew's loyalty and happiness will take a pretty severe hit. We can tell him, no way, at which point, the director will be sadder, and the lower the quality of the movie. We could build a fake horse and burn that instead if we had high quality costumes and props. So Fafers is about to get pretty unhappy. Because I'm not burning a freaking horse. I have a feeling that's one of those ones that becomes a PR nightmare situation if you move forward. Okay. The sheriff. That's a pretty steep hit. So the actors actually brought it up, but literally everything else brought it down. Start production. It's fine. Okay. Cool. With a maintenance crew, you'll be able to repair buildings. Alright, so we got them first because we've been cheaping out on our buildings. I'm actually going to go for the medium landscaping Next, because we did find medium landscaping does help with your staff happiness. And that's going to be a problem. Okay. Sure. So we got the Lord of Strings. We're a completely different movie type from that one down there. So let's go ahead and we'll overlap it just a little bit, because that's what they did at the beginning. I'm assuming there won't be a lot there. And once again, we are going to cheap out pretty heavily on the renting theaters, because that's a big part of how I'm saving money on this, is renting those spaces is ridiculously pricey. And we could keep doing the billboards, because that screen doesn't give me enough information to make smart decisions. Let's see, they need a movie randomizer and also an option to make serial movies like Shrek 1. There is, it's a separate upgrade called sequels that you have to unlock sequels. And that's actually not an unusual mechanic for a lot of these styles of games. All right. So it's looking like what we're going to genuinely need to do is... Oh, no, that's actually turning a profit. Okay, no, we're good. Yeah, we're just churning out cheap movies really fast. I might genuinely build another soundstage to just keep things rolling. I'm gonna do it. Oh, 1 second, actually, before we'd say that. Let's see. Sniper Spice has a scene where he digs a grave, but he looks like he's never held a shovel in his life. Little dig the best he can, lowers the quality. Keep shooting until it looks right. Slows down production for a little while. Edit the script to account for his clumsiness. Let's go ahead and keep shooting until he gets it right. We're not in that strict of a timeline. So let's go to our production. We're going to make another soundstage. And we cheap out on the soundstage. I just need more. You really been looking for a game like this since TV Tycoon? Yeah, no, this has been really good. I also like that they are, because like a lot of them, they've been a lot gentler. I do like that this one's like, nah, man, this is the 1930s. Like, things were messy back here. Alright, so Adventure Time is still actually pulling in some decent stuff. We are going to change the distribution, because what's likely going to happen is this is going to stop being profitable for me to rent out theaters. Why are you marked as literally not doing any of our stuff? Lord of Strings. You should still be maximizing mine. I'm not competing with myself here. Because, yeah, what'll happen here is it'll extend to right the end, then Lord of Strings will come out. So, I don't know why it wasn't showing as being in our theaters. That's fine. Okay. And then Lord of Strings will take over. Let's see here. Yeah, theater management. That's the one that makes me curious. Is if I can just buy up all the other theaters and then make running my stuff effectively free as a tactic with this, because, you know, I'm always having a movie out is what I'm trying to aim for. And then on top of that, I don't know if you get income from other people renting out your spaces. I hope that is a mechanic. I feel like for the really cheap, crappy movies, that would be a viable strategy of basically just tying up the theaters with your own movies at all times, and then anytime you... like, others would have to pay you for it. I'm curious how that works. Alright, so Sheriff has the thing. The very last Sardine has gotten sunstruck and started thinking he was a real cowboy. He was telling everyone in graphic detail about the brutally killing the Indians. His story scared the whole crew. Let the idiot tell the stories he wants. The crew gets really unhappy. Someone tell him he's not a real cowboy. That makes the very last Lardine pretty unhappy and lowers the quality of the film. Stop filming and get the actor to the hospital. Which really, really hurts Lardine. So Lardine is about to basically hate our guts. I am going to give him a watch first. The horse that was trained for the film can't stand the lead actor. She becomes aggressive when she's nearby and refuses to let him saddle. Find a way to deal with the horse. It slows the filming down for 15 days. We could find another horse for $500. Or we can remove horse riding from the script. I'll pay the 500. 500's nothing. Alright, we got ourselves another soundstage. And this soundstage is... It's technically a structure. Still. It's technically a structure. Heck yeah. And with that, we can go ahead and get ourselves another... Alright, we don't have a finished script ready. That's fine. You're right about to finish that script. We'll get that into production immediately. Oh my god, could the sheriff not have more problems? The very last Lardine used to work as a fireman, so he easily kicks the door down during the fight scene. It doesn't look spectacular enough. We can order a stronger door, which we already know that if we order the stronger door, then Lardine gets hurt. Find a body double with no experience as a firefighter. So what? We can lower the artistic appeal. Cut the scene. We can lower the commercial appeal. That's fine. We'll have Lardine hurt themselves. It is what it is. That's what they get for making the production of this difficult on me. There will be consequences. The armored door was too strong and Lardine injured his knee while filming the fight scene. We'll stop filming. Okay. Alright, we got a solid 6.4 start on that script. Cool. And we will get that project started. Alright, so we're going to need another cinematographer. And as always, we spare no expense. Holy crap, I might actually not be sparing an expense here because they're all expensive as all get out. Oh, wait, you're not that expensive. Yeah, you're perfect. You actually are pretty confident. You're a bit of a scumbag in that you're, you can't control yourself, but, you know, you actually know how to work a soundstage really well. Okay, so, how would you like medical insurance? And a watch. And now I have you for 3 years for only $2,000. Perfect. And we have technically a structure for the soundstage. And you're going to soundstage literally everything. Filming technology, we're literally using all we've got. No additional expenses on anything. Oh, I got screwed on this hire. This is the one I super duper cheaped out on. They hit 2 stars. And that's their maximum potential. We need a director available. Okay. We hired a kid and he was just not cut out for the job. Would you look at Felix here? Felix here is perfect. $700 for a 3-year contract. All right, we need an actor to be the cop. Jim here is 10 and doesn't have any super duper toxic traits to deal with. Versus you're arrogant. Let's go grab Jim. We all gotta start somewhere. Our primary expense we have right now so if I have the watch there, that's how much it costs. Yeah, okay. Alright, $700 for our new actor. So our primary expense is actually dealing with the filming itself, like the filming equipment and all that. Lydia! You're gonna be a serial killer in this one. Because frankly, you haven't made any films for me this whole time, I don't think. So, get to work. Ooh, that is a nice, cheap movie. Yeah, it's the filming technologies are primary expense, so anything I can do to reduce that will be huge. Yeah, no, that's possibly the cheapest movie we've made so far. To be fair, we're using a whole bunch of people. I'm so tired it takes all the energy I have just to get out of bed in the morning. After that, my strength runs out. I sit staring at the wall, balling my will into a fist just to stand up and put on the kettle. I even hired an assistant to comb my hair and brush my teeth and flip pages in the newspaper right in front of my nose. Please give me some rest for like 2 months so I can regain my strength. Deal. You've been knocking out bangers so far as stuff. I am down to give you a very short break. I then expect you to work twice as hard to make up for the downtime, though. That is how this works. In other words, I don't want your cumulative output to be down. Lord of Strings. Look, I was told this was a movie about music, not an adventure. Not an adventure. Alright, so adventure time. Let's see. Set up distribution. Okay, so Lord of Strings is coming out right now. So we will end distribution of Adventure Time to make room for Lord of Strings. So you made me money. And then something else got done. Why are you not... I'm confused. Okay. Nobody published any reviews for the film. Perfect. right, you gained a level. That's the reason I was confused when it showed me having like a negative profit. I'm like, wait, but you haven't gone out like on delivery yet or anything. What am I supposedly weighing on here? Okay, so we have no scripts that are made right now. That's fine. We'll get that sorted. I've already got 3 things in the studios filming right now, so we can go ahead and not worry about that for the moment. I've got so many things in production. And this whole time we are gaining research that's doing a bunch of stuff to help out as well. So honestly, if you could even just like sustain your money, but you're keep up-teching, so you're getting like reduced costs, being able to move more and more stuff in-house to make things even cheaper, I imagine that's going to go a long way. Alright, so even more action. Pre-production. Alright, don't hurt me too badly. That's oh, actually that's not as bad as I thought it was. That one's pretty bad. Yeah, basically they're complaining about all the locations and costumes and producers and everything. I have no security available, so we're gonna move that on. Security costs money, so I don't want to put more security on things that aren't what I'm looking for. Even more action. Oh. Can I pause for a second? Go to my security department. Hire. Who is the cheapest today? We got a $334. Let's do it. Welcome to the team, friend. Let's go talk to this again. Oh, security required on set? No. I missed that they had to be on set. Well, so that's going to lower the quality of the film. I can't do anything about it. That's fine. At least I got another security person to keep security on set going forward. Okay. An unknown person has called it a bomb threat. They said everyone would get blown up during filming unless you reduce the working hours to 8. So whether or not they do it, we would still lose happiness of the film crew. So we are going to capitulate. I've got 3 movies in production that aren't going to be able to be produced, like, moving out onto theaters at the same time. Alright, so you haven't had any problems in a long time, so I'm going to lift your security. So you can get security onto sets. Evergreen movie producer, Emmanuel Manning has been sentenced to life in prison. He lured children and teenagers to his country house, drugged them, raped them, and strangled them. Police found the remains of 9 bodies in the basement of his house. All of his victims were between 8 and 14 years old. That is seriously screwed up. On the day it was announced, protesters gathered outside the courthouse, holding up signs, "Hollywood is killing our children." They're demanding that the criminal be handed over to them for a people's trial. The police had to intervene and 27 people were detained. Lynching is not acceptable, but you understand how the people feel. All across America, said Texas Senator Jake McGillicuddy in a commentary in the USA Post. Wild animals belong in the ground, not among the living. This applies to the many people in Hollywood, and all they ever think about is murder, smut, and drunkenness. Commenting on the Emmanuel Manning verdict, the U.S. Supreme Court Justice Gregory Feifel warned, "What happened to these children is but the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there are dozens, if not hundreds, of these stories in Hollywood, but we'll get it all out." I don't think it's necessarily that bad. Let's see. Following tradition, the film crew threw a party in honor of shooting 100 reels of film. Some of the team was poisoned by low-quality alcohol. They served and they didn't come to work today. We will wait till everyone is better. Because like I said, I got three movies in the pipe. One is already airing. And they're all going to kind of run into each other, where we're going to have a problem of too many movies trying to release at the same time. So I'm going to have to deliberately stagger them. Okay. This is not going great for us. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and set up our distribution. We're going to stop renting out to other theaters to reduce our expenses on this. And we'll keep rolling in our theaters because, I mean, our theaters still have stuff going on. It is a pretty low quality movie, so we're mostly trying to recoup our losses on it. Let's see, Citric Orange. I'm planning to quit because I'm not being paid enough. You want 1.5 times your money. No. See, you have this problem where you don't realize you're expendable. Alright, so Citric Orange quit because they just wanted too much money. Alright, Scott French is... Ooh, wait, actually, what are you? Indifferent takes a practical approach to work. The work may not be polished to a shine, but everything goes according to plan and results are generally decent. I mean, I can get down with that. Consistently, but not oh, wait, never mind. You reached your limit at 1 star. Yeah, never mind. We'll spend the $200. Wow, how many of these people, like, they capped out their skill? They capped out their skill at 1 star writer. Jeez. Alright, Scott French. Welcome to the team, buddy. Start coming up with new ideas for me. Let's see, in the past week, hundreds of newspapers across the country printed a column by Joe Green, social activist from Alabama. A veteran of the Great War, Green is best known for a spontaneous speech he delivered 8 years ago in which he single-handedly ended the racial riots in his native Montgomery. In a new article, Green reflects on the recent story of a producer who turned out to be a child murderer. Today, we turn the other cheek. Today, we say a quiet prayer. Today, we are willing to believe this is an isolated incident. But if Hollywood continues to breed violence, tomorrow will be different. And we have protection against surveillance and espionage, which the security department will attempt to automatically intercept problems. So we have security services, where you can organize surveillance, investigation, organize surveillance, and investigate any employee beatings, kidnappings, or murder. We have operation centers where we can organize kidnappings, murders, and the like. For right now, I'm going to lean into protecting our stuff because it doesn't cost me anything extra. It'll probably be a problem at some point. And again, it doesn't cost me extra. Because extra expenses are a major problem. Right, you're on holiday because you were stressed out. You returned from vacation. Cool. I don't really care. No new story element by Donkey Duff. Get back to writing. Yeah, I mean, we started at below $7 million, if I recall correctly. Somewhere around there. And we have been maintaining that, and that's with, right now, we have 3 movies simultaneously in production at this time. So we are basically financially about at the same place we started, but we've got all of our material assets we built up. and the fact that we've got movies in the pipe. So we've already spent a lot of the money has already gone and been used so far. Cool, so we recovered some of those ratings. Okay. Yeah, so we had events that hurt things. The happiness of the cast and crew did help us. So overall, still not a good movie. And you'll just keep working on literally everything. We cheap out on everything we can. I think after, like, the next technologies we get is where we can get our own sound stage and everything. That way, with their own sound stage, we can do that. Okay, so now we're going to get extra experience for our staff. Okay, let's go for the sets and props. Opens the technical support for purchasing new filming equipment and hiring technical staff. I don't know how important that'll be for us. Let's get sets and props. So that'll be our first thing we're going to actually spend that will be improving the quality of our movies. Baffers, when I go to bed, I keep thinking about all the failed takes, and I can't get to sleep. Then when I get to work, I'm worried about how hard it'll be for me to fall asleep again. Because of this, I'm always too tired to pay attention and forgetful. I lost my wallet and house keys. I almost got into an accident. What happens to me when I get exhausted? Can you let me have 2 months to get my head back together? Fine. Yeah, those vacations give them loyalty, but usually don't give them happiness. Yeah, and you're going to be back in 4 days. So I can get a new script going so we can get the next movie starting to go across the line. Return from vacation. Cool. Alright, buddy pal broski. You do action movies and there's no action movies in the pipe. Let's see, why is there not an option to force a vacation time so you don't have someone like 2 or 3 months if you don't want them to? I was mentioning the same thing. It'd be nice to be like, hey, like, everyone gets a month a year to go on vacation. That way you just don't have to deal with that. Let me check one thing real fast. Okay, that's nothing I need to worry about. This one will be good. I promise. Excellent. So let's go ahead and get another action movie going. Let's make it a tropical island this time. We will have the protagonist will be a soldier this time. The antagonist will be an evil monster. The supporting characters, we'll deal with that in a moment. Let's see. Treasure hunt? Yeah, treasure hunt would work. Treasure hunt. Antagonist gets killed. All right. We have a faithful sidekick. Search for the killer. Okay. And you'll take that because adventure's your thing. Or action's your thing. You know what I mean. Alright, so get that story written. That way you can start getting it produced. Okay. So it's still technically making money, but you're seeing it drop off. I don't have another movie that's coming up here in a moment, and it costs me nothing to keep it on my own theaters. So we are just going to keep airing it in my theaters for right now. Because it doesn't really cost me anything to do it. It's 19 bucks a month, or 19 bucks a week. So we can just keep that airing until it eventually does fall below that, or until the next movie's ready. I just realized we didn't spend the 500,000. You're completely exhausted. I need a vacation. Yep, that's fine. All right. Right, and we had lots and lots of events happen, and then the happiness hurt everything as well. All right, so we gotta get happiness fixed because that kind of hits us at every step of the movie. Oh well, hey buddy, have a watch. There you go, Oliver. And then you as well. And then low quality, and low quality, and low quality. We cheap out on everything. That's been the strategy, and it's been working, so okay. Like, we're down just a tiny amount because we've had 2 movies that didn't succeed particularly well, but then we've also had ones that make up for it, too, so. And a big part of that is that's some of our new staff that we got on there, like 1 star. I'm driving down the street today, and a plum forgot which house is mine. I asked the policeman for help, and he looked at me like I was an idiot. I completely lose focus when I'm this exhausted. I'm worried next time I'll forget the brakes are. Could you give me a month or 2 vacation? You're killing me. Otherwise, how do you go up? You get up without bribes? Yeah, so the happiness does seem to be heavily dealing with giving them gifts and all that. If we improve the atmosphere of the actual grounds, that helps with happiness as well. Over the last couple of months, I gained 20 pounds. I grew 6 gray hairs, and I'm smoking over 3 packs a day. My body is falling to pieces. It's probably all the stress of the job. I could use a little time off to get myself in shape. Could you give me a short vacation for 2 months? Stop smoking so much. It's the 1930s. It's not happening. Hey, Infinity, how's it going? When I think about work, I feel sick. My hands shake, my legs go numb. Yesterday, I stood rooted in a spot in front of the studio gates. Couldn't take another step. The guard at the entrance thought I was having a stroke. If you don't give me a vacation, I'm gonna go crazy. I need a couple of months to catch my breath. Basically, because we've been going nonstop, everyone is kind of burning out at the same time. So, yeah, that's great. Pretty soon, we're gonna have to renegotiate contracts. That's gonna be a rough time for the studio. Because a lot of people are not gonna have their contracts renewed. Because we are going to be going real cheap, and your staff very understandably do ask for a very fair increase in compensation. Hey, you know what? That is still technically a profit, so set up distribution. Again, 0. actual 0. Keep it going. It's still making a little bit... Oh, did we churn out a lot of subpar movies? Are we Asylum Studios now? Basically now. Alright. Hey, that's actually not a bad hit. Imagine actually not having a bad hit for a change when we move things along. Cool, and the crew happiness helped the movie. I don't have an editor handy, so it is time to get a discount editor. $300 is looking pretty promising. $200. It's a shame that Judith is locked into being terrible forever. So you are arrogant, looks at others with disdain, and likes to talk down at them from a position of superiority. Or, leader likes to take charge and knows how to take responsibility, but can find it difficult on a team of equals. That's definitely not going to help us. Welcome. Composer, we need a new composer. Because also a lot of these contracts are going to come up, so we're... What is that? Diligent, that's fine. So $100 for someone who's diligent. That's like winning the lottery. They don't know how to do their job, but, you know, we can work on that. Low quality. Low quality. Low quality. Alright, so we're going to take a pretty bad hit on this phase. Because I've got new hires. Why are you showing me the employment screen? Okay. Alright, recover just a little bit there. Sure, the smell of metal. I don't remember what this one is. Alright, so let's drop you here. We will be using all of our own theaters. And I'm not expecting a particularly good turnout on this movie. It's not a very high-rated movie. So we're going to be a little bit on the cheap side so far as our rentals. And they'll probably drop off pretty early. We can get our copies here. Apply. We can add advertising, and we'll keep using those billboards you've been using. Let's see. Earth rushed Oni, crawled drunk in the middle of the street. Do nothing, let the story take its course, but the public may not like it. Or we can take a hit to our reputation and apologize for the employee on behalf of the studio. I'm going to do nothing. There are one unresolved scandals that will hurt the film's reception. Are you sure you'd like to finalize this plan? Yes. So that's going to undermine the performance of that movie. That's coming out of your contract, by the way. Alright, so we're likely to get a court case here in a minute because we had a contract and we just basically ignored it. Alright. So the sheriff got a tiny little bump in post-production. Bear with me, chat. Since we're getting stuck with an ad break, I'm going to stretch my legs real fast and grab myself a new drink because I'm out of something to drink. And I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. Run off by that.
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea!
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck.
A very merry birthday to me, to who, to me, oh you. Right?
Mm-hmm. I missed what the second day was related to.
Statistics prove that you've one birthday every year. But there are 364 unbirthdays. That is why we're gathered here to cheer. Love.
Love, you sleep well. Going. So let's get all of this out of the way. I don't know why I'm staring at hooves underneath the surface of the world. What? We don't have any animals with hooves. Why are we staring at hooves? Okay. Certainly that's a thing. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to... Why did I die? Alright, and we are back. So I got the sheriff. Sure, we'll go with, I mean, that's probably the cooler one. I'll go ahead and get that distributing, so that we can hopefully make some money back. So that's my other one. I'm going to plan for it to go a bit long and schedule our next movie way out here. All right. And get those producing. All right. And we'll start advertising it right after my other movie is starting to die down. Yeah, I'll drop it there. And we'll do the billboards again. Cool. So we are filling up the schedule where literally I'm booking stuff months in advance from my theaters. Yeah, I've got 3 releases currently overlapping. Preparing for Trial, Luxta Constructions versus Aggressively Mid Studios. We do have medium protection here. And we'll use our court influence as well. So it gives us a 50% chance. And we'll take this a step farther real fast. And I got friends. So let's go ahead and use our stuff to acquire an experienced lawyer. For the next 6 months, your courtroom defense will be handled by Fred Carpenter's lawyer. Alright. So we can go here. And that gives me... yeah, nothing like a little government corruption. You should have made a romantic movie for Valentine's Day? No. We don't do romance. Until very recently, I owned a small distillery in Sonoma that I inherited from my grandfather. Yesterday, the manager called me and said it was on a fire and the whole operation was lost. The vineyards, a production facility, all the equipment, even the wooden bust of Thomas Jefferson carved by my great-grandfather. I'll need 2 months to sort the whole business out. Can you let me go? Sure. All right. Ryan Doyle, the bootlegger. There's one thing I don't get. Back home in Ireland, everyone was constantly telling you how to live. First, my pa, then the teacher, then the pastor, then the law. First chance I got, I dumped the slums for America. Land of the freedom sounded like a nice change. But before I even had a chance to look around to get my feet and start earning my bread, your government banned drinking. What the heck, right? Back in Ireland, everyone I met with sworn duty to decide what I could do and what I couldn't do, but even they never tried to pull that crap. The right to drink is sacred. It's what freedom is. As people have apparently forgot, right? Well, let's remind them. Everybody loves movies. And they want to live like the people they see in movies, right? Then let's show them a normal man who likes to have a glass or two of rye after work, and in the film, everything is fine with him. He's respectable at work, he's got a beautiful car. This would be a good business for you and a good business for me. And we can keep it nice and fair. Let's say on the day of the premiere, I'll pay you $300,000 as a sign of a goodwill gesture. And sure, I know how to take care of my friends. I hear your industry is pretty messed up. Maybe there's a snitch that needs to get shut up a little. Or maybe someone needs to sniff some dirt. I can help with that. Sure, I'll make your movie in 2 years. You're clearly a businessman, not like these other idiots. Cool. Alcohol and the spirit of freedom. Okay, so we're definitely going to be making a movie that features drinking and all that. But yeah, no, the genres we specialize in are action, adventure, and so it's action, adventure, and thriller. It's mostly been action we've been rolling out. That's actually one that might be hurting us. Is most of the stuff we have been producing has been action and adventure. I don't think we've made very many thriller. All right. Finished preparation. Court decision. I still lost. I had a 75% chance of winning, and I still lost. Stupid thing. It all sent me for the full 500,000, even though I did use their services for about 50, 60,000. Well, we tried. All right. Yeah, we got a new director, so they weren't going to really hold it. Even more action. Okay, and... So... Oh, I can't actually push it later than that? Hang on. We don't want to roll that out yet. So I literally just need to sit on that film for a little while. Okay, so I think that's going to be about where we let that one wrap, right? Yeah, Lord of the Strings. The Smell of Metal comes up next. Oh, okay, so you've got one more cycle I can leave you on there. No, it's saying to drop this. I think we're supposed to conclude this one. So unfortunately, this one was one we lost money on. Let's end distribution on that one. So that hurt us. Yeah, it's fine. We still had 28 days till the next one pops up, but that's okay. So then when the Smell of Metal releases, Penny kept having 25, 35% chance to win and won each case. I have yet to win a case. Even when I had 75% chance to win, I've yet to win one. I even let that one drag out real long so I could build up more and more of my legal stuff before we actually got hit with the court case. Greedy judges and juries near sea. Penny must have been hell lucky. That's the nature of RNG. Even if the odds are like ridiculously with you, where it's like 99% chance you hit, there's still a 1% chance you don't. And that just is what it is. Okay, we got all of our people getting back from vacation. I wonder if I can change our work schedule, and then maybe that'll build happiness. See, another good script. So our scriptwriters are like actually genuinely doing good at making solid scripts. We're just losing it all because we're cheaping out on everything. Okay, so we got you. We can go here. Soundstage, literally all of it. Continue with that. The filming and sound technology needs to improve. We're not spending any extra money on anything else there. Producer-wise, you're a better producer, but you're pretty unloyal. Oscar here has 2 stars, but they're a lot more happy. Let's go with Vincent for now. For the director, I'm going to go with Luxray, because they're really happy with me and pretty good. The soldier... We'll go with Jesse on this one. The sidekick. We'll keep Canahawk doing their stuff. And then the evil monster. We're going to have Very Last Lardine try and carry it home. Yeah, there's a lot of scenes on this one, so it's got a lot of cost to it. Maybe that's the things. Maybe I'm putting too many cards on there. Yeah, so we lost a lot of money that year. Let's see, is there an actual card playing in this game, or did you just get a thumbnail from Schedule 1? I've not seen any card playing in the game. Okay, and I'm not expecting to have done well. Oh, actually, fan favorites, Rotten Fates, did make it onto the board. So we did get a little bit of bonus. Okay, so Faffers has gotten really good at doing love triangle movies. Alright. So now we're going to need to start trying to shove love triangles into every movie that Faffers is involved in. So we should get ready to write a lot of love triangles. The smell of metal. It's kind of like copper. And just an old thumbnail. Been happening since the update. Oh yeah, no, I had for a while, I was showing like a farm sim thumbnail for the channel for like months and months and months. You know, and like this wasn't even recently with the last bout. This is like when I hadn't played farm sim in a really long while too. Hey! Oh, and you capped out. Okay, you repeat that. Alright, so take 1 second. Alright. So Donkey Duff is pretty much up there. Let's see. I'm feeling a little bit dizzy the past 3 days. Well, never mind. Get out of here. Alright, so you're going to rate our next one. So you're into action stuff. I am going to throw a watch at you to make you happier. But let's go ahead and get an idea out here. So we don't have any actions. So, story workshop. This is going to be a movie we're intending Faffers to work on. So, Faffers movie. Excellent. It is going to be an action romance. It'll take place in a modern city. We will have, let's see here, a working man and a supporting character of a love interest, and there'll be a rival. And let's see here. Right. So there needs to be a love triangle. Because that's the thing that Faffers is now really good at. Let's see, and the finale... Probably need an antagonist, right? Well, I guess... We need to unlock some of the things like the boss or whatever. Criminal mastermind? We're gonna split that half and half. This is a little risky because we're kind of mixing genres that I don't think really go together as much. Bags gets a chance at a better life. We'll do Sweethearts Stay Together. We'll lean on the romance side of it. Okay. I'm not sure this is going to go great. This isn't really their specialty. They've basically done nothing but action, and we said, yo, it's time for romance. They're like, I don't know, man. I mostly make movies about shooting people. And when it's not about shooting people, it's about shooting things. Alright, so the 27th, we'll lock that in. And get you on the schedule. As the scheduled start date for advertising campaign is passed, you can pick advertising dates the same plan, or organize everything again. Select new advertising point. Alright, so add advertising, the billboards, keep it going. Apply. I'm a little worried something got broken there. The people around me are just too loud. They're always shouting and clamoring and groaning. I hate it. I'm sick of the noise. I'm tired of the fidgeting. I'm tired of the endless rustling. I can't take it anymore. All the fussing, all the running around. I need to go away, alone, to the mountains, to silence for 2 months. Can you let me go? Sure. So that one gained happiness. So it seems like when they go on vacation, sometimes it'll give them happiness, sometimes it'll give them other stuff. Alright, so the first week we did make 180,000, so this one might end up being profitable. Distribution apart, theater management. Okay. So we can keep all that going. Let's go for the analytics and statistics. I feel like that's going to be important to figuring other stuff out. And we're going to go to theater management and get that built. Because what the theater management ultimately lets me do is theater management lets me buy theaters and all that stuff. Love triangles? You don't need antagonists? Right, but it's an action movie. And so the action movie needs something for them to action against, I would say. It'd be weird to have, like, an action movie where it's just the person, like, jumping between cars and all that for no discernible reason. We'll see. That's a pretty big hit. You need to move for the drunkard? Oh, right. You're right. You're right. So next script, we need to get the drinking involved. Okay, so the producers carried that a little bit, but everything else heard it. Let's get security on this. Yeah, so once we get people back, we need to get one where they consume alcohol. And a lot of those contracts should be coming up to the point where I'm going to need to pay a lot of people to get back. Shoot people with Cupid's arrows, problem solved. It's an action movie from the part of Cupid, and Cupid is just trying to bring love back to the world. Very aggressively. Alright. Kanaha comes to work with her baby and breastfeeds right on set. It distracts the guys interfering with their work. Let her feed the baby, the men can suffer. Stop her at once, and then she'll be upset. Discreetly give the baby something that will help him sleep more and eat less. Give the baby heroin. Make sure she has a comfortable place away from the crew. Requires high service level. Well, we can't do the awful one either way, so the crew's just gonna have to deal. Did that take her happiness away? I thought it was... Oh, I see. Basically, it made the other actors upset. Alright, set up distribution. That's fine, because that leads up to the sheriff. We should still be okay here. Yeah, because again, the sheriff drops 1 month after, so we can leave that alone. They shouldn't overlap. Why does it... I don't know what these bars mean. We'll see if I just done thing. Let's see, what was the requirement for the awful one that we didn't fulfill? I have to have heroin. I have to have, like, drugs on the studio lot kind of thing. I have a feeling you do that and it, like, kills the baby or something. And understandably, everything goes to hell as a result of it. Oh, the secluded one needed a higher level thing. I'd like to begin our acquaintance with a confession. I don't feel like reading this whole block again. We read it the last time. Basically, we got the district attorney, and he's like, yo, I lied on my SATs. Yeah, that's how you know I'm on the up and up. by the way, I hate government corruption. Help me show a movie with government corruption. Sure. It'll help the people, our people, I know it. Basically, you're helping him fight the mayor. So we get the corrupt official, and so I need to make a movie about a corrupt official and a movie about drinking and nothing going wrong. So we could do a corrupt official and drinking as part of it. And it'll have like the everyday working man as like the good guy. And you get the idea. Why not get that implemented? I have to research, and research is real slow. Theater management is done. Theater management. So let's see. So cinemas in North America, there's 831 that are available and independent. There's competitors theaters, which are 578. Shows per week in all cinemas. We own 91. Shows rented out per week. Theater management. Let's spend. Not that much. I am taking a risk here that I think is an educated thing. Because what this is going to let me do is I'm going to get a lot more theaters so that for my own screenings, we're in good shape. So there is a pretty high monthly cost for all the cinemas. I'm hoping that'll make up for itself. That effectively will get more money from our movies and kind of hurt our competitors at the same time. That's what I'm hoping at, because we just burnt $2 million on that, which might have been the thing that kills our run, because we're learning. After the release of Bloody Saturday Western, 20,000 people marched to Tampa to introduce the censorship in Hollywood. The film caused outrage, especially in the scene shot inside the church where some bandits hang a naked girl. The march was organized by the Tampa Baptist Ministry of Billy Day. "Do not misunderstand me. I love America," Day commented in the situation of the LA Tribune. "I love American movies. I watched a lot of westerns, and it's true. You can't have good westerns without murder. They kill robbers and horse rustlers and even a leader of the Redskins. But you can't do such shameful things to young girls, even in the temple of the Lord." Cool, man. Let's see. You also watched the video by the side and the Twitch player auto-paused and switched to a screen of the card playing? It seems like that one. Gotcha. Let's see. The actor poured some alcohol into the trash can filled with paper and accidentally started a fire. He set this fire all by himself. Let him put it out. I can't. Yeah, so I don't have money to throw at this problem, so Lardine's on their own. And I just gave a gift to Lardine, so Lardine's at 0 happiness. Okay. Thanks to chronic kidney problems, the terrible abdominal pain, Jesse Yamamoto is looking like a walking corpse. The doctors say that he's on the mend, but at the present, the actor can't perform his role convincingly, owing to his illness. We will fix the script to explain away his sickly appearance. We get so much influence, and I just don't have much to use on. Alright, the sheriff. He's a lawman. Cool. Because I don't think that line means anything. Alright, so. That's still airing. So we set up distribution. Okay, so the sheriff comes out. So you're done. You did not turn a profit. So the smell of metal was not profitable. Okay. Nobody published a review of the film. Okay, and Luxury got another level. Okay, so this is another expensive movie. Being relative, we're making them cheap, but cheap is only so cheap. So, I think whatever's happened is we've kind of hit our limit on the strategy that something needs to change. Alright, so we've got extended coverage there. We can add a car and driver as another possibility for a perk. So when we're negotiating, we could do that instead of having, you know, just raw cash. Return from vacation, donkey duff. Alright, so let's go ahead and get you over here. I'm going to have you get our next story going. Writers write 15% faster. Cool. Double IP per script. Let's see. Where do we want to go? So sequels is down here. Additional XP per script. I'm going to grab that to get our writer's level up faster. Now what I was going to do is ideas. So we've got adventure. Let's write our own because we need to have one with certain elements. Anything that allows research faster? Not that I've really noticed. Prohibition sucks. I'm misspelling that. Sucks. A movie for the people. Let's see. Let's see. Actually, what type of movie do you... One second. You do adventure. Okay. You do adventure and you don't have a specific genre. Alright, so that's fine. So, let's go story workshop. Prohibition sucks. Is going to be the name of this movie. It will be an adventure. It'll just be an adventure. An adventure, an American city. I don't know if this is going to work. I feel like adventure's the wrong one. It could be a drama. It could be a comedy. Yeah. Yeah, we can make it a comedy. Alright, so the protagonist is going to be a working man. The antagonist is going to be the corrupt official. And again, we're splitting the gender just because I do have, like, you know, split gender. Like, I have a lot of people of both genders on my staff, so I need to make roles for both. Spree... Like, free spirit with the alcohol will be an important thing. Let's see here. Let's see, how much of this game is like Frostpunk? Oh, very not like Frostpunk. You have random events and all that in the game, which is Frostpunk-ish. But it's not really a survival thing where you're worried about, like, food and all that. It's much more of a tycoon game than any type of thing like that. So you got a corrupt official. And let's see. Oh, is the card gameplay? Oh, okay. Now that makes sense. So we'll have the struggle for that. The antagonist will repent at the end. Because your partner absolutely loves Frostpunk, it seems similar-ish at first. Nah, it's definitely more Tycoon, but you do have, like, the random events. I'd actually say it's more like Game Dev Tycoon. Let's see. Struggle for a better life. And nudity. Just because. Because I have a feeling having a movie with nudity will cause something. It might be whoever you have acting is like, no, I'm not doing it. You need to charge, like, you need to pay me more. Or, like, you know, people get all up in arms and be like, nudity on the screen? How dare? How dare you have a nude? Alright. Yesterday my uncle died. He was my closest family member, and I've been having a great difficulty concentrating on my work. I keep remembering our hunting trips. If you knew how many animals we shot, wild boar, deer, and even a swan, would you give me 2 months to properly mourn my loss? Sure. Let's see, there was the movies from Lionhead, but that's from like 2006. You think obviously similar? Yeah, this is the 1930s. Wasn't it acceptable as art back then? 1930s was a weird time of a lot of different things going on. Like prohibition was a thing, so like drinking alcohol was not legal, though it happened a lot. Organized crime and the mob were like kind of at their strongest they ever were in our history here in the US at the time. Political corruption was particularly egregious at the time. So it is, yeah, well, this is like right at the split where it went from silent movies to the talkies, which is where you started as that. Have you ever played the Mafia titles? I have played the original Mafia. I haven't played any of the other ones, though. Okay, so if I continue the Sheriff, it'll bleed into the next one. So, unfortunately, the Sheriff also is going to be a movie we lost money on. Yeah, so we definitely have hit a situation now where our movies are losing money. We were making really good money with the rushing out garbage tier movies early on, but something has changed, which I'm not super clear what, that even though we're starting with higher ratings at the writing part, the punishment I'm getting for lower production is getting far more severe. And it's not entirely clear if, like, what you need to be successful goes up as the game goes on, or not, or how any of that works. But it's not particularly clear, like, where the thing is. Like, is it just the expectations on movies go up over time, or is it a situation where, the expenses go higher, or, like, do you basically get, like, out-competed? Like, what is the cause that creates the problem? Because it's not super clear what's punishing me. Alright. That's our best producer. This is the movie that we want Faffers, because Faffers specializes in love triangles now. So we do have a love triangle in this one, so we're hoping to take advantage of that. You're gonna be a problem, and I already know it. Fine. The rival will be you. The criminal mastermind. All right, so we're short on staff for the criminal mastermind. And what we've been doing is we've been cheaping out on people pretty hard. Let's see, we got 17.9, and you don't have any major negatives. Yeah, because we've not been getting, like, really high, like, A-lister staff or whatever. And like I said, this has been working for a while. But we've run into the problem now where it just doesn't seem to be, like, it's not super clear what's the thing hurting it. Alright, so 1.2 thousand is what we've paid this person for 3 years of their life. Alright. So it almost feels like there's a mechanic that's not particularly well explained, or that maybe we need a better way to visualize what's going on. So double the reputation for profitable movies. Cool. Trying to go for a bigger movie, I see. That's just when you add more plot points, they get bigger. Can you see the results of other studios' movies? I know they show that other movies did release, and that they will show like what the ratings were, but I don't think you can like drill into their individual movies and like do any type of comparison or analytics. All right, so we made our audio stuff. We've made it more cost effective. So technology wise, I can do an upgrade to improve the quality of this. You go look for more stuff to figure out. You keep working on more story stuff. Because most of the staff we're hiring is not increasing our monthly expenses that much. They're almost exclusively increasing, like, one-time expenses. Have you spent or lost over $1 million? I spent $2 million, and then I lost... I haven't lost a full $1 million, but I did spend $2 million to buy a whole bunch of theaters. You mean to be respectful, but you like to check. But the past few movies you put out have been kicking. You have been kicking and screaming that you're not even trying to put quality into them. That's a deliberate decision. The last run we went very, very heavy onto quality, and we just absolutely got decimated. It's clear that you haven't tried to put quality into them. You know, take advantage of some of the upper qualities. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. The last run we did, we went really, really heavy onto the quality side, and I'd actually say we were bankrupt far before where we're at right now doing that. So, like I said, there is something going on that I need to adjust, and I don't know if it's a staffing problem or what we got going on there. And hey, Darth, yeah, I saw you talking. Even more action. So much action. Cool. Because I don't think that line means anything. The movie was a success. I saw a woman hug her son after lights came back on. I bet she's thinking he'd make a fine policeman. Okay, so we can police raid competitors, protection from the mob, protection from police raids. For the next 6 months, your competitors will be working alongside wailing sirens, barking dogs, and clanking handcuffs. It's quite impossible to do business. Yes. Gernstein's been causing us the most grief, so I'm going to go ahead and say, the police immediately start harassing Gernstein brother with raids. It's sometimes more fun to make a all serious one, yeah. Do you need to diversify genres? The market's saturated with action. Maybe nobody wants to see. Well, that's one thing. Is I think it is because I have been making just action movies, it is hurting me that the game does warn you if the same actor or actress plays the same role too much, that it hurts you. But it is one of those things, they warn you that once, but there's no UI thing that seems to really communicate that after that. Alright. Overall speed up. So I feel like I feel like we have a UI thing, and there's also the happiness hurts your stuff, and they haven't been able to find really good ways to manage happiness. And so those are the things I think are maybe hurting it. That maybe it's stuff. Is this a new run from yesterday? Yeah, no, yesterday we went bankrupt at the end of stream, where we went, like, really trying to make, like, the top quality movies we could. We went bankrupt pretty quickly. So this one, because I would still be at about 5 million if I didn't buy 2 million worth of theaters. So 2 million of that is in assets. This is what I don't really know what's going on here, where... So, like, I haven't cheaped out at this phase. The pre-production phase, I've not really cheaped out here yet. And we're taking a really bad hit. It's in the actual production point that I've been really cheaping out. Because there's not really much opportunity to cheap out in the first thing. And it does tell me that, like, all of the staff members and the locations and all that. Is that score out of 10 or can it go higher? I think 10 might be the max. I don't know that for a fact, though. Alright. Monster, your career. Yeah. Let's see. Jim Edwards was in an accident. He escaped with minor injuries, but he won't be able to work for some time. We've already filmed over half the scene with Jim Edwards, so we can't replace him. We will stop filming, wait for him to recover. Yeah, because like I said, the place you've been cheaping out is on the filming, because that's where we're like, okay, we're not going to put extras in. We could try in the next one to put some extras in, like go for the quality side of it. Oh, Send Cookie, thank you so much. Well, actually, first, Darth Strider, thank you for the 65 stream streak, and Send Cookies, thank you for the 430 stream streak. I really do appreciate both those stream streaks, and it means a whole heck of a lot that you would continue to tune in so much after all this time, so thank you. But yeah, so that's I would say the current problem, the current negative I'm running into is a lack of information. That it's just like, okay, this is down because individuals working it. Right, but is it down because individuals working it because of their level? Is it down because of individuals? Well, that's probably exactly what it is, because of their level. Is it down because of individuals working into it, like, because they've been doing the same role too much? They do give you a warning, like I said, that, hey, having the same person working on the same role too many times will negatively affect the audience reception. It's just one of those things that they don't ever really get, like, they give you that warning one time, and then you cannot see it all if it's having any impact on anything that I've been able to find. They also have a couple different other things where you're like, oh yeah, no, if you put an older person as the lead in this movie, it'll be negatively received. I do think they should have it when you put that person in the role, instead of just giving you that warning message, that it should be somewhere in the UI like, hey, you've got an older person as the romantic interest, -10 to, like, whatever. Not like what the end result is going to be, but like, you're going to have a -5 penalty. Whatever the calculation ends up being. Okay. So we're not in bad shape yet here. So I'm going to go here. We're going to stop airing in other people's movie theaters. And we're going to start airing more in our own. Okay. Alright, so it's not one of our better scripts, but that's okay. It's still relatively good. We will start that project and move it forward because I have 2 things that are going on, and one of them's going to pay me $300,000. Let's see, next time you go to hire an employee, take a closer look at the amount you're giving them. Tour hitting the max button and think they're asking way less than you're giving them. I think they're asking way less. Oh, I mean, that could be. That is actually worth keeping an eye on. Yeah, so we'll try doing these two on scene. And these two we'll do in the sound, or these ones we'll do in the sound theater, because these are our minor scenes and those are our major scenes. So we're going to pay the extra to take that onto the actual location. We only have the one set of filming equipment. We will hire the extras and the crew. So we're not cheaping out on this. We've got Oscar and Felix on this. Those aren't my best producers, but that is what it is. And hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright, so we got everyone involved. Yeah, so I think a big thing here is with all them being lower level, I think that's what's dragging this down. Which has the curious problem of going, okay, well, as the counter to that, do you like, because there's not a value in reducing the writing side of it. It just doesn't do anything. We'll have you go ahead and do a search for more story stuff. I'm doing good. Okay, and that's just where we borrowed the mayor's lawyer. We've now given the mayor's lawyer back. Even though with them getting us a 75% chance of winning our case, we still lost it. So, that spend did not work out. But yeah, so some of these other movies, not even more action, but some of the other ones we've had going, like Pfaffer's movie, and this one will be good, I promise, and Prohibition sucks. These have been experimenting more with doing a little bit different movie types. So Even More Action was the last one that was like just straight up action we had. I think this will be good, I promise, I don't remember. But I do know Pfaffer's movie and Prohibition sucks. We have more variety in there. But yeah, so my comment I'd have here is I wish the UI was a little bit more transparent of the impact of some things. So instead of just issuing a warning. Okay. I mean, that one's pretty bad. All things considered, that didn't knock it down much more than I expected it to. The cost, what is the cost of extra quality? Like, cost of a 4-star quality in scenes? So it doesn't have a direct translation. Jesse Yamato ended up being locked in at a low level. Yeah, and everyone is pretty upset about things going on in the movie. Even More Action. I don't think it'll break even, but it'll do pretty good. Alright, so we've got our editor. So Emma's our best editor. Lee Woods is our best composer. We are going to pay the extra for some quality here. Granted, this one will be good, I promise, was not the one we were going all in on the quality. Yeah, no, the problem with this game is once you stop doing a movie, it just drops off and you make nothing. Let's see, the director is running a set like a barracks. He tells the film crew when to sleep, when to wake up, and what to eat according to his own strictly controlled schedule. So we can let the director do what he wants, and everyone else's happiness goes down by 30, and his loyalty goes up slightly. No bullying people, and his loyalty goes down a lot, and then this crew's schedule is slower. I mean, having all of my actors and everything go, that is unfortunate that Pfaffer's is going to just be a problem. So we do have some more watches we can do as gifts. So let's go ahead and staff, directors, gift, have a watch. So Prohibition sucks. Yeah, so that's one we didn't put any... Like, this is the one we were focused on quality on. So we still took a hit. But that's, like I said, I think that's going to be the staff experience. They're not good enough to not hurt the movie. Okay, we can put security on it. All right. So you're still making the tiniest bit of money. Yeah, it's not going to break even. Can you put more stars into your sets? Yes, but it takes up the story things. So I could have more actors on it, but less events. You have like this screen where it says like, okay, you can put down 6 things, and you have to have the protagonist, so that's 1 card. And you have to like, you can then choose to have an antagonist, supporting characters, different events happen in the story, is there a finale? And so it's kind of one of those things. So it is one of those things that I can add more actors, and I do, but it means I have to have less story in the movie. And that honestly might even be the way we go with it. It might even be the thing that makes more sense to have like 3 or 4 actors in there, and then just like 1 major story beat in a finale or something like that. Maybe that'd be a thing to mess with. Because that is one thing we've been doing, is we've been adding more and more story events. You know, that's actually, now I think about it, those story events mean more scenes to record, and those more scenes to record are the ones that seem to be adding the most expense. So maybe let's try making our next movie that we hop in here, and that literally what I do is I just be like, everyone we can acting-wise, 1 story event and a finale. So we'll have like 4 people working. Actually, we've already got that, never mind. I was gonna say, wait a second, no, I already have that. We had the one with like 4 people in it. There was the love triangle and a finale that like he gets the girl or whatever. So we've already done that. Never mind. That just means we get to see how that turns out. That would be Pfaffer's movie. Alright. Alright. Script department. Speed up everything slightly. I don't have anything else ready, and it's not losing me money, so I could just keep going. So ideas. To heck with it. You do action movies, do something completely unrelated. Just do a straight-up romance, see how if that affects anything. And I had planned on switching games already. I'm kind of just seeing this through real fast. If it does look like we're just going to keep just hemorrhaging and hemorrhaging and hemorrhaging, then we'll go ahead and switch. But it is one of those things I'd like to kind of see if we try 1 or 2 experiments, how it goes. Because so far, where the last time it felt like it had some really obvious lessons I learned, this one I'm less sure what the problems are. Okay, so that one we gained the tiniest bit in our ratings. Sure. And this is the only one we've made that has a soldier as a main character. And I believe it had romance in it. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is the one that we have a lot of movie theaters to our name now. We will go ahead and do 500 screenings in other people's theaters. But meanwhile, we have a huge number of theaters of our own. We don't need to express print those. And it could also be that I'm not advertising clearly. I kind of wish the advertising was similar to when you start the game, where you say, like, this one's for children, or sorry, this one's for families, this one's for men, this one's for adults. Instead of having all this fluff, I kind of literally wish it was just like, this one's for school kids. You know, this one is like good school kids, whatever. That instead of the fluff text, we got the actual, like, hey, this is good for, like, sophisticated families, sophisticated kids. Can you turn on more than one? Yes, but they're very expensive. Like, this literally can be one of the primary expenses for me. Or an option to see both. Right, like, give me the cliff notes, man. Because every single time I gotta be like, what are we even doing with that? Let's see, it looks like your early start worked, but might need to start putting more effort in after the first few cheap, easy movies, unless you're seeing it wrong. As long as the movie is a success, it boosts everyone's happiness. Yeah, no, that's what I was kind of saying is, there's definitely something that's unclear. Part of the place that we started running into some problems is when we no longer had the straightforward advertising. Because again, like, which one of these is for families? To hell if I know. Which one of these is for adults only? Not exactly clear, because this one's saying it's a little risque, but it's for young masses. This one's the only one that's straightforward, that it's for school children. So I do kind of wish that this UI here, have the fluff, that's fine, but like give me like a little thing here, like young audiences plus, older audiences minus, like whatever the thing is here. Because unfortunately with that, and you know what it probably is, and I'm already researching it. It's like, what it probably is if we get to our marketing thing over here, there is analytics and statistics. I'm willing to bet we need this building to see that, which we're working on, but it takes like 1,200 days, which means basically you don't have it till year 4. Which might make my complaints moot. 2 minutes left? 2 minutes left of what? Oh, 2 million left. Yeah. No, I realize that. Oh, we're being raided. Hey, Resorty! I see you triggered a police raid. I'm gonna assume this is your fault, by the way. Just by... Why are you seizing my watches? Those aren't illegal. The cash might be. For those who don't know, Resorty, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Been also playing some Hollywood Animal and all that good stuff. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. How is your run been going? We went bankrupt last night for going very heavily on quality, and today we went really cheap and crappy movies really fast, and it was actually doing really good for a while. That in our very first year we were profitable, and we actually held up for a while. Let's see, because police cars were blocking the road, Yesi Yamako couldn't leave the studio on time and was late for an important meeting. In a fit of anger, he called the police officer crap in a cap, and inexplicably took a revolver out of his glove compartment. In the panic, the police officer shot Jesse Yamamoto in the knee. The actor will need to be in the hospital for 4 months. During the police raid, the very last Lardine was walking around the studio grounds in costume, wearing a cowboy outfit with a revolver. Frightened by the weapon, the police twisted the actor's arms and him badly. It was only later that he figured out he wasn't going to attack anyone. The doctors give very last Lardine 2 months before he could be back on set. You're really enjoying your run. It hasn't fallen apart yet. You're putting pure You're schlock. Doing video coming soon. Yep. And set and props. Okay. So technical support lets me purchase new filming equipment. And then we can get higher quality sets. Let's go for the higher quality sets. We got a new building to make. All right. Yeah, the police are pretty awful in that one. I had one police rate. Your employee has committed suicide. Cool. She has died. Filming is halted. What should be done? Select a replacement and reshoot. Substitute cast member. Cool. She is hard-coded to do that. You only had her live like once. Yeah, and that's actually been one of my complaints, is because they have like the tutorial thing, all the events early game are predictable. And so I'd really love that to not be the way it is at the king. Let's see, dealing with the police is always unpleasant, but there's nothing to be afraid of unless you have something to hide. Or you're not adequately prepared. Why not plant one of your own people at the police station to find out in advance about upcoming raids? Let's go ahead, and meanwhile, we need to go back to services. And get ourselves some more watches for dealing with our whiny people. Out of 500 tries, yeah. You're hoping it's just predictable by design now, because that's easier to bug fixing and balancing? Yeah, no, that's what I'm hoping is that later. Alright, so let's go to our upgrades. We've got the medium landscaping. And we'll go ahead and start researching power plant, because what else am I going to have you working on in the meantime? And in that case, we can go here. Yep. The higher you upgrade the level, the more lovely and comfortable studio grounds are. Most employees will probably appreciate this. Yeah. So basically, that just will make our people happier and it'll make our studio look better. Let's see, your 5th playthrough, the wheels fell off completely. Early access is wild. Yeah. Alright. So... yeah, I think that's the point we ended. I was hoping that break even after it was clear I wasn't going off the thing. But yeah, so a lot of our stuff was making solid money before. We have been slowly not making money on our movies, and it's been trouble. That my thing is, I'm imagining it's locked behind the analytics and statistics stuff. But I think that would help a lot. Yesterday I forgot to wish my mother a happy birthday. Last week I forgot my grandfather's name. The doctor says it's because of all the overtime. My brain functions have begun to fade. If I don't rest, then instead of wages, I'll be paid in disability benefits. That's fine. One of the things I need to do is when we start one of these filming, mess with the schedule setting, because I haven't done that at all. And I'm hoping we can avoid where like everyone's like, I need 2 months off. I need 2 months off. Not because I care about it, because I'm wondering if by doing that, we'll deal with less employees being just upsetty spaghetti. And that does impact the quality of the stuff when they're upset. Yeah, so happiness of the crew was good. And this is the one we're sparing no expense on, because we've been cheaping out on everything else. So we're throwing our best people at it. We are doing all this stuff. Okay, and you're still writing your scripts and everything. Criminal Gang is a new story element. That's one that we could do stuff. Let's see, but by that time you don't, if you don't have enough money, the run is already over. Yeah. Well, and we actually were doing really good. We did like $2,000 we spent acquiring other theaters. I'm hoping that gamble pans out because I like the idea of getting a bunch of other theaters and not having to pay the really high cost to put your stuff in the independent theaters, and then also denying those theaters to your opposition. But we'll see. Los Angeles District Attorney Richard Stripes spoke out at an anti-corruption rally outside City Hall. His sharp criticism of the administration made the front page of the LA Tribune. They've ruined Los Angeles. There's corruption everywhere. The mob and the police are working hand in hand, while City Hall covers for them. I know how to fix it. I have a plan, but I can't do it as district attorney. Political science Andrew Crook commented on the speech. Stripes clearly has big plans. We'll soon see him vaulting to the mayor's chair, I expect. Alright. Okay, there's the other one that we, again, this is the one we've been chucking money at. It does, but if you notice, every theater you own costs money also. A single theater does 5 screenings, so basically you pay $40 per screening capacity per month. Yeah, and the idea is you want to keep those theaters with people in them to basically pay for them. Alright, level 4. We're going to go overall speed. We got some other people who leveled up, like our director and all that. Sure. Alright, so that's when that one runs. Let's go and drop you here. That way we have a chance to extend the running of that one more if we want. But yeah, so that's basically what I'm hoping for. Is I'm hoping we will be able to get buildings that do analytics. And like I said, that's what we see on that one. That I'm really hoping that gives me a lot of the information, because it does really feel like, in a lot of ways, you're riding blind so far, just not having a clue what's going on a lot of the time. And I've already commented that this screen, I really wish this screen, instead of having all the fluff text, it was like intellectual adults plus young intellectuals plus, you know, children plus. Like, I wish it gave us any type of usable information there versus a bunch of fluff there like, what audience is for? Man, I read this and I still don't know. Like, I am unclear of what we're going on with this. Yeah, so this will basically give me enough time that I can run 2 things. Yeah, like, this is the interesting thing. This is the one I, like, didn't cut any corners, went full in, and it was way cheaper. Construction complete for sets and props. Cool. Yeah, so I do think the movies that we've got more scenes are the ones, like, the scenes might be the primary thing increasing our cost. That in a future run, that ultimately what we do is do more sets where I've got, like, 4 actors and actresses on the scene, but only, like, 1 or 2 kind of scenes or whatever. It looks like city comedies cost less to make than action or jungle movies. Yeah. I will say that's a step up. Okay. That genuinely jumped it into a respectable movie. Yeah, because Pfaffer is one of our directors, got to where they were like, I love doing love triangles. I'm like, all right, I'm down to hand you love triangles. Anything that helps me get this farther up. Now, unfortunately, we lost a bunch of loyalty with them because of drama on the set. Yeah, no, we were, for doing the cheaping out stuff, we were just soundstaging literally everything. And it was working great for a while. And then it just seemed like at some point, the stars, or like the overall appeal and all that was just plummeting, and I'm like, I don't, you know, it's like negative on all your staff members, but I'm like, but I'm not sure why, like if it's a star rating or what. Okay, so we got, okay, week before Christmas, we got that going on. Because, yeah, you normally do... Alright, I wish I knew it was adventure romance, but that's fine. We will go ahead and get that into production because there's no reason not to. We can get you on this. That's fine. So, the castle surrounding, get that on site. Because now we're trying to go and have the actual good scenes there. Which is adding an expense, which is not the way we were doing before. Because I'm just kind of accepting... Like, we're trying to go with the, like, let's spare no expense route now. Oh, man, I don't have a good director handy. Let's not start this until one of my better directors are available. Or producers or whatever. Having all that money involved in being like, here, let me give it to a 1-star producer. It's like, let's maybe not. This one'll be good, promise. Please. I need this. You gonna do it? Oh, it still paused. It seems like every once in a while it pauses for no reason. Want a tip, or you want to figure it out? I want to figure it out. Yeah, so this is, I'm assuming, it was marketed to the wrong people. But like I said, my big complaint with that entire marketing screen is it's not super clear on the impact of a lot of it. Like, obviously, it's like this one caters to this audience, this caters to this audience. You figure out the analytics to know which one to choose. But without that information, it's just like, eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Yeah, so we've already seen that dialogue. Basically, we got a bad review on that. That's fine. Because it is one of those things that I genuinely like to play through and figure out, because I want people to see this problem that you're figuring it out, because that's going to be your experience as an individual playing the game as well, is just what you'll end up running into is the whole situation where you'll either have to stop playing the game to look stuff up to figure it out. And to me, that is a big negative on a game when that happens. I will absolutely hold that against a game thing. Let's see. You're building a house for your parents. Every day the contractors are up to new tricks. Either they're stealing cement or starting a fire, and they refuse to return the deposit. My folks are constantly calling with complaints. We can't live in a house where the roof could collapse at any second. You can laugh, but last year... some other crooks built a house for my cousin Ed. A month later, the whole family nearly died from gas poisoning. Please, can you let me go for 2 months to deal with the situation? Sure. But yeah. So it's always one of those things that anytime you have to use a third-party resource just to figure out how to play a game, to me, that's a big negative. That's fine when you're min-maxing. Fair enough. Makes sense. Like, you're at that point. But, like, if you're like, I'm struggling in the game, and I'm not seeing why. That's can be a big problem. Unless that's, like, the whole point of the game is to figure that out. but when you struggle because of obscurity kind of things, that's a negative. And like I'd say, that marketing page, I feel like I'm lacking information. Now, my guess is that analytics page helps with that. Okay, just point one. That's point one is nothing. Fair enough. So it's actually got some relatively good ratings on it. So here's hoping that turns out well. Sure. We have Faffer's movie. Alright. So we don't want to compete with ourselves. So that'd be 1 reset, 2 reset. This movie has a love triangle. Let's drop that thing right on Valentine's Day. Let's plan for this romance action movie to drop right on Valentine's Day and see if that does anything. Do we want to drop it like literally right on Valentine's Day? Oh, I can't. That's literally as far back as I can go. That's fine. All right. Okay. So this one is a romance action movie. We are going to market it aggressively leading into. I can't actually advertise after that. That feels like that's going to be a problem. Okay. So we're going to market it to the one that has young women in it. Because they got a romance with a love triangle and all that. And we'll go for the young intellectual people. Because we had a pretty high art score. So I'm going to try something counter to what we did the last time. So we're spending a considerable amount more on our marketing, which might just absolutely kill any hopes of that making money, but we'll deal with it. Like, we're sciencing. Yeah, so I've got all 3 of these movies are basically getting ready to roll out. I'm really hoping you make more money because you only pulled in just shy of 200,000 in your first week. It's going to be close. I don't think you're going to be profitable. I think you're going to lose just a little bit of money yet again. And this is set up so I can run this a second full set of 4 weeks before the next movie drops. So we should be good to just let that roll. Let's see, Jim Edwards, your back is killing you. That's fine. Go take a vacay. Return from vacation. That's fine. You're on vacation. Did we free up the person I needed here? No. Right, because the producer's busy producing. It's also a thing I imagine there's probably certain people. Okay, police raid on competitors has expired. That's fine. We did that just because we could. I wanted to see if we'd see any meaningful reaction from that. It may or may not have made a difference. Alright, so we can extend the distribution. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... This is always one that confuses me. Because we should be good. Like, I should be good to crank that up. Because this ends before Prohibition Sucks drops. And get rid of all our third-party stuff. Okay. A tiny little bit onto the advertising budget. That's probably a waste of money and I shouldn't have done it. And this is where we're going to probably do or die in this. Your mother had a stroke. She can't walk anymore. She can hardly speak. She won't hear any talk of nurses. She refuses to eat unless I'm the one feeding her myself. I know none of this is your problem, but I couldn't forgive myself if I didn't stay with her for at least the first signs of recovery. Could you give me a couple of months? It's fine. Like, we're tied up with all of our production here, so we're not recording anything for a little bit. Okay. So you keep trying to find new things and gaining XP and whatnot. I wonder if it's a strategy to get, like, the dirt cheapest writers and just a bunch of them and just spam them looking for stories as a way of getting your writer head of department to level faster. And all that. Yesterday, your childhood friend was saved from the noose. Barely managed to revive him. Hoping to cheer him up, I suggested we travel to America together. The Great Lakes, a canyon. He unexpectedly agreed. It's been several years since I saw that sparkle in his eyes. This is my one chance to help the guy. But our trip will take 2 months. Can you give me a vacation? It's fine. The good news is they're all getting their happiness maxed out. So there's a pretty good chance that, because when they're happy, that does help your stuff. That might actually help out a decent amount. Yes, this is definitely losing money. So cool. Then Prohibition Sucks, which is one of the ones that we got a whole bunch going on with. And then Faffer's movies. Last time we talked, I might have seemed a little overconfident, even arrogant. Anyway, I hope you're not offended. Believe me, no one cares about this film business of ours as much as me. And my goal is to bring people together, not push them away. I learned this back in my youth in Minsk. My friends and I got bullied by some punks that called themselves the Neomen Gang. And not just us, but the whole neighborhood. So what did I do? I made a deal with the neighborhood kids, even the ones we couldn't stand. And we called ourselves the Alliance. Together, we gave those jerks such a beating no one has heard from them since. Those were the good times. We should make a movie about it sometime. The politician, priests, and do-gooder hypocrites, they're just like the Neomen Gang. They think they can attack us and our business and get away with it. They're exploiting the fact that we're divided. But don't worry, I've got an idea. I even discussed it already with a couple of our colleagues. So don't let them go get you down, kid. Good news is on the way. Alright, I'm waiting with bated breath. Alright. Okay, so our financial executive says, your contract is up, but you'd like to keep working. Can we sign on for another 6 years? Let's see what we can work out here. Because otherwise, I might just cheap out on it and see. So he said 6 years, so I'm wondering if I jump it to 6, it doesn't change the cost. So literally, whether it's 3 or 6, doesn't change anything here. We can go and get extended medical insurance, and that drops your cost down to $6,000, which is pretty cheap. Because the medical insurance does have a cost. It's $300 per month, I believe. But still, that's not that bad. Let's see. This one will be good, I promise. Did not make it. Yeah, they're screwed up, you think. They either want to resign for cheap max, or never want to resign ever. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely early access balancing things. Tag, Prohibition Sucks. I'm being paid $300,000 to make this. Resign. Gotcha. Alright, so we're ending distribution of this. So that was another not profitable movie. Slowly killing your stuff. Your contract is expired, but you're happy to work together. Assuming you're interested, of course. Let's talk about it. Yeah, so we've had successful collaboration, which does help me. We will offer you medical coverage, a watch, and it's 23,000. Ryan Doyle, as promised, here's 300,000 for the release of the movie. It's nice doing business with like-minded people. Okay. So we can... Man, it's really cheap to have people murdered. I hope the movie helps drive the mayor out of office. An evening of philanthropy. The people who attend are prepared to spend a significant amount of money of their time on building something in America. Admission is $20,000. I don't really understand that one, but okay. Cool. This movie will cut you deeper than a knife. Close your eyes and think of something wonderful. What do you see? The archway to the gates of heaven? A holy angel? Virgin Mary? Not surely you imagine naked breasts, tantalizing thighs, or the seed of debauchery that has sprouted deep in your lost soul. Thus, you are forsaken, with Hollywood to blame for everything. So 1 star from the religious group, and then the bone grinder was like, well, the Hollywood snot-nosed are afraid of telling the truth, worried that people finally wake up and stop wallowing in low-grade movie slop. There are real geniuses out there that speak to real life without regard to the crooked authorities. Alcohol is part of our lives, and it's not the worst part. So we actually got one really good review from a news group. But yeah. Cool. Yeah, that one's got a really crappy producer on it, it's one problem. Okay. So let's see how this one does. I'm gonna go ahead and speed up time a little bit. Well, actually, first of all, let's go here. You're almost back from vacation. Do I have an idea that you can work on? Sure. So Donkey Duff can take that one. Start writing. Because we need more scripts in the pipeline. We've got you. So producer. You're about to be gone. How much do you want to stay? Oh, that's a contract extension until end of project. Cool, 19-year-old who has no idea what they're doing. I've changed my mind, not dealing with that right now. Return from vacation. Cool. And we can go here. Your contract is up. You have no idea what an incredible relief it is when I realize I'd never have to see this place again. Cool. Get out of here. Alright. So we'll have you start writing it. Yeah, we'll just let the contracts expire and get them all in there, because like I don't want to bring them up for the project. Let's see. I wish also we could see their stats. Actually, here we go. Let's see. So you're pretty decent. So we might try and keep you along. Oh man, self-importance increases the contract price a lot. How much do you want? To hell with you, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. Thanks, but I'm out. We're gonna have a lot of people leave the company soon. Yeah, so you... Yeah, you're the one who was... Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. You're out. So all these contracts are coming up. Let's see. Alright, your contract is up. You're my public relations person. You're dirt cheap to keep along. So let's get you in here. Add offer. You don't even want like full coverage. $2,000, there you go. Okay, so Harry is decent. So Harry's one I'll probably want to keep around. Nope. We're gonna have like a purging of the guard. Wouldn't the higher star rating be better? Yes. But the catch is they keep increasing. My contract is up. You have no idea what incredible relief when I realized I wouldn't have to be back. Well, I was holding out for you to come back. All right, that's not what we wanted. Yeah, so the higher ratings and all that are good. They result in better projects. That's one of the things I'm thinking. I'm gonna let the contracts come out, and everyone who's been difficult, is just gone, and we will hire replacements. But rather than fuss with them all now and have them all quit in the middle of this, I'm trying to deal with that. Take a breath for a minute, my son, and listen to an old man. My father, Ricardo Conde, was a great man. A consigliere. A Sicily... Let's see. All of Sicily feared him. My brother, Giovanni Conti, was all just empty talk. A clown who never did anything except write stupid poems. But who do you think is remembered in my homeland now? In my native, Messina, one of the streets is named after that poet, Giovanni Conti. Ricardo was forgotten a few months after his death. I refused to suffer the fate of my dad, so I wrote a book, a story of my life, but when I finished the novel and gave the manuscript to my grandchild, those jerks didn't read a single page. That's when I realized, if you want to be remembered in America, you have to make a movie. We hired professionals and turned that book into a script. It turned out just fine. Now, I want you to make a film with it, and I'm willing to give you $1 million to cover the costs. You'll see. This film will make a name for everyone involved. What do you say? You had me at $1 million. How intriguing. Show me the script at once. The Sicilian Tiger. It is an action detective drama. Once upon a time in Sicily, there lived a boy named Alberto. He was the son of Colombino Conti, the fourth generation mafioso, a king of thieves known throughout Italy. Alberto had no fondness for his life. Everything was given to him upon a silver platter, like he was a helpless woman. He knew, that's wonderful, he knew he wanted to build his own life for himself. He would step out his father's shadow and make his own dreams come true. He would go to America. One night, Alberto threw a bunch of grapes into his travel bag and ran away from his parents' house. He grabbed an oar he had carved from an olive tree and jumped into a gondola. Few would dare to take the voyage to America alone in such a modest craft, but Alberto was brave and full of purpose. After a week of sailing, he arrived in New York. There's a lot of problems wrong with your story, my friend. After a week of sailing, he arrived in New York and got himself a job at the port. But he wouldn't be Conti if he didn't sense adventure. Ah, yes, when you departed from somewhere in Italy by gondola and oar and sailed the Atlantic Ocean all the way to Europe in a week. Cool. Parental figure. One day, Alberto saw 5 scoundrels with pistols robbing a guy in the street. Alberto stood up for him and fought off the bandits with his bare hands. It so happened the poor fellow was no ordinary passerby, but the son of Dale Scrugio, the mafia boss who controlled half of New York. In gratitude, Scrugio took Alberto under his wing and educated him by the local customs. Over time, they started trusting him with the more delicate of tasks. Alberto proved himself strong, courageous, and quick-witted. Scrugio often said to Alberto, "It's a pity that my son isn't more like his friend." Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a BS story. One day, at a city dance, Alberto met a girl named, Charissa. Alberto liked her smile and invited her out for dinner. It wasn't until their third date that Alberto learned that Charissa was the daughter of none other than Benjamin Desmond, the head of a rival family, the one who controlled the other half of New York. But Alberto wasn't afraid of Charissa's father. He would not meet her, he would not meet her secretly like a schoolboy. He wanted everyone to see that he and Charissa were in love. Desmond quickly learned of his daughter's adventures and became furious. He struck Charissa and growled through his teeth, "You will marry my business partner, Bancho Kruger, or you will die." The next mafia meeting, he delivered his competitor an ultimatum. "Scrugio, hand over your pup Alberto or you will regret it." But Scrugio would not betray Alberto. The boy has become even dearer to him than his own son. Instead, he hid the boy away in the abandoned house at the outskirts of the city. "You must leave this place forever," he said, "and never return." Alberto nodded gratefully and hugged Scrugio goodbye. "Don't worry any more about Alberto," Scrugio said the next meeting. "I've taken care of him." To this, Desmond replied, "I hope this means you killed him. You know what I do to people who disappoint me." But Alberto couldn't live without his beloved, and decided to take Charissa with him. He made his way to the Desmond estate, broke into the mansion. The guards were armed with blades, but his fists were all he needed. He freed his beloved, and later the same day, Alberto and Charissa were on a train to Mexico. Desmond soon discovered his daughter had run off with Alberto. "Just as I thought," he hissed. "You tricked me, and you have only yourself to blame, old man." Late that night, Desmond and 10 of his henchmen surround Dale Scrugio's house and open fire with triple-barreled guns. Okay, the hail of bullets turned the guards into mincemeat, killed the servants, and even Scrugio's son. But by some miracle, Scrugio himself survived, and he managed to grab a gun, killed one bandit with a well-aimed shot, and barricaded himself in the bedroom. Desmond ordered the mansion burned. Scrugio choked and succumbed to the smoke as the flames engulfed the building. When Alberto learned of Dale Scrugio and he had been killed, he clenched his fist so tightly that he left bloody marks in his palms. That evening, Alberto kissed Charissa goodbye and returned to America to get revenge on Desmond. Back in New York, Alberto spoke to a gardener who saw what had happened that night, and he compiled a kill list, each of Desmond's men involved in the raid. Alberto went from one mobster to the next, taking their lives. He stabbed Fat Sam in the eyes with throwing knives and plunged a dagger into Skinny Tom's belly, shot Lanky Phil in the head with a pair of revolvers, and threw garrote, whatever, around the shorty Weenie's neck. Our hero became death itself. Before the gangsters could reach for their guns, they were already dead on the floor. No one compared to Alberto, the precision, the strength, the speed. Alberto made his way to the mafia leader's lair, where he found Desmond, and he had taken hostage Charissa. The poor girl secretly followed her beloved to New York. Her father put a revolver to his daughter's head. Surrender, Alberto, or you alone will be the blame for her death. Alberto slowly raised his hands, but with one final moment, pulled the trigger and fired at the chandelier above Desmond's head. The bullet, in an explosion of sparks, ricochets and hits Desmond right in the temple. Charisse was saved. It amuses me that this actually has a really high rating, considering the whole story is so over-the-top BS. Finally, the surviving member of both clans came to Alberto with an offer. Signor Conti, you are the most worthy of men among us. Be our boss, let us unite and become stronger than we have ever been before. After some thought, Alberto agreed. He united the clans and made New York family the most powerful syndicate in all of America, and Charisse Desmond became his wife. I'll release it within 2 years. I hope to live that long. I'd like to see my film before I leave this world. Please don't disappoint this old man. And we received $1 million. And we will start this project absolutely immediately and probably make a terrible movie. Alright, cinematographer. You're actually good. Congratulations. We'll use that's load-bearing duct tape soundstage. You're good with sound stages as opposed to on-site. Why do I get 2 for quality of location? Oh, okay. That's cool. So we are going to use sound stages for everything because he's got like a score of 3 for sound stages and a score for 1 for on-scene. So we'll go ahead and do that. And continue that. So filming technology, it's all I've got, so we're just doing that. We will spare no expense on costuming and all that. Producers. It's gonna hurt us bad. Hire. It doesn't work, I guess. Okay, I'm looking for someone who's solid for just a one-off. You're not that expensive, and you're like a 9? Don't you need more actors? I need more everything. So that's 160 for 1 year. For one movie, it's actually cheap. So we can add to this our offer. Medical. And then the watch doesn't help me. Nobody will work for gifts or favors alone. People need money. Alright. So only 2,700 to get like an absolutely amazing producer. It's just for one, but maybe that's just the route I need to go, is stop hiring people for that and just like hire someone really good as a one-off. Director. I don't expect Luxray to probably stay. Yeah, so this isn't working right now, which is annoying. Alright, so we're trying to find someone who's not outrageously expensive and pretty solid. So you got 6 stars for 147 for 79. That's what we care. Yeah, no one else is gonna come close. So yeah, welcome to the team. One movie. Let's see, maybe that's what we need to do. Every year, do a really good movie by hiring some of the best as a one-off. Maybe. I don't even think it'd necessarily be the worst thing. The Hopeless Romantic. Let's just keep this going. The Inns is all like in red, will not work for me. The Inns is like, no. I did my time. I want nothing to do with you. Oh man, you are real expensive. So you got 189 for 8 stars. That's what we're doing. So you're still pretty pricey. But we can get you down to 7,900. So I can get you as the hopeless romantic. The parental figure. Yeah, because they also hired those people for a long time, and they ended up not working out too well. Jerry... Well, so... For parental figure, if you're 32, let's make sure they're at least old enough to make any level of sense. It is annoying that this is broken. Because I'm supposed to be able to choose just the people who are free. So 28, 23. I need some of you to not be super young. Let's get back up here. We might be choosing someone who's only in their 30s. Because I'm not finding people old enough. So you're 37, but you're pretty expensive. I'm gonna go with them. They're not that expensive over it. Have you put your bodyguard other one in the Ints? No, not in someone other than the Ints. The Ints was the only one who had a threat against them. And after we finished working for them, or working with them, they were like, no. Alright, so it's 79 cumulative. If we take that off, it literally doesn't make a difference. Alright. You feel his refusal was as a result of that? That'd be a weird one, because like I said, we protected him, and like the threat had passed kind of thing. Love interest. So they've got you at 4 stars already on staff, and you're good for a while. Let me see though if we can't get someone really fantastic in here. You cost nothing in your 5 stars. You cost like literally nothing in your 5 stars. I mean, honestly, this one, just bring them on board for real. They cost, like, basically absolutely nothing. And they have 0 self-importance. And they got 5 stars. They're just straight up someone we hire. And then the criminal mastermind, we hire as well. Okay. Try and find someone who's not gonna bankrupt me. So you're at 5. You might be who we go with. Yeah, I'm gonna go with you. I thought our lead was a young guy. Yeah, the only downside is I actually don't want to go through this contract screen like 8 times for every movie. Oh yeah, no, but his is like... Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, at this point, I've already got the people here, unfortunately. Yeah, it is what it's gonna be. Accept. Start project. My contract is up, and while I don't think much of the studio, I suppose I could stay longer. Get out of here. I'm literally just gonna replace all the people that we hired. That's in our police raid. Nothing found. They took our watches. And they seized some of our cash. And we didn't break any other rules. During the studio raids, cops recognized the very last Lardine and asked for his autograph. The very last Lardine had never been asked for an autograph before and was deeply moved by the attention. This increased their mood by 30. The police demanded they open a safe for the technical support office, but they didn't have a court order, so the manager refused. The police used crowbars to break the safe out of the wall and smashed up the rest of the office for good measure. Okay, so our technical person got really upset because they smashed up his office. Okay. Got a cinematographer. Can we get anyone who's weirdly cheap? 63 is probably as cheap as we're gonna get. All right. Cool. I imagine it's also a thing with a lot of these roles. So you are amazing at filming on locations. Like, you have 4 stars for all of it. So while I haven't been doing that, I am going to do that for you since you are ridiculous in that. We still have the crappy cameras and all that. Okay, producer-wise, you're about to quit. You all suck. So go ahead and get a good producer. You are dirt cheap. Never been asked, and he's nearly 70. Yeah, so we have a UI bug here that now I can't see any of those things. So it's interesting that that's a problem. So go ahead and grab that. Yeah, I feel like it'd be good if they could streamline this, like, skip the animations after a while, or have the option to do that. Just because of how much you go in here and you're like, oh, I need to hire people. And then, like I said, this UI is broken here now. Like, something happened that broke it. Vincent Fisher can go ahead and do this. Yeah, it feels like almost what you should do is pretty early on, ditch most of your earlier people. And try and snag some of the cheaper people. Like, you've already paid, so you don't get room, but just try and keep your money afloat until this point, so when you're hiring more people, it's cheap. Same deal. We got terrible actors. This also might be just the other thing we need to do, is we just need to make it a point to hire people in temporarily. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe it's a thing you get later that you can have someone else facilitate this process. So they basically get you the quote-unquote best deal or whatever, even if it's not perfect, to streamline it. The tribal chief. Because this would also help me avoid the situation where we hired those two people super duper cheap and then both of them, like, wound up capping out really, really low that they just weren't cut out for acting. And then I've got them on payroll for like 5 years. All right. Cool. So that's gonna be an expensive movie to make. So the good news is Prohibition sucks, has been profitable on its own right, and we also got paid an extra $300 for doing it. So that's good news. I was kind of hoping it'd be a little bit easier to have your own staff member and, like, work them up. Honestly, I might just take that and pull it. Because, like, I can extend that farther. Well, actually... Yeah, so the last month it wants to drop it, because I assume that's when it conflicts with what I've got going on. So yeah, so we'll do that. It doesn't cost me anything. So we'll go ahead and... I mean, it does cost me something, but nothing relevant. We'll just let it play out. We won't run more ads. But so you had to get a job as a waitress because you tanked the company yesterday? Poor patrons have to hear about how awesome you were and have been. Hey, Zodu, how's it going? Ocean breeze, sun gleaming, luxury car, smell of restaurants, mansions in the hill. This is how people like you and me see Los Angeles. But I still remember another Los Angeles, a Los Angeles of my youth, remembering the smog. I remember the bed bugs where we and my wife used to stay. I remember the stinky canned food, our breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There's lots of people still out there living like this, and it breaks my heart. Is there some way that you could see the city through your eyes, the eyes of the well-fed? There's only one way. A city tax on the rich. Then we can pay for social programs to help the poor with the food and clothing. Raising taxes is never popular, I know. That's why I'm hoping that maybe one of your actors could support that. Yeah, so that's gonna give me a favor with the mayor. And I don't think this will be that bad. I'm doing pretty good. Nice. Let's see here. We're gonna put you on it. Who is my next worst actor who's willing to do it? And we can put you on it. My least meaningful actors I've got. My contract is up, and while I don't think so much of the studio, I suppose I could be useful for each other. Nope, get out of here. That'll build a huge monument for us someday. Cool. Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. I was supposed to switch games by now, but I've been just wanting to see how this plays out. My contract is up, and you have no idea what incredible relief it is when I realized I never had to see this place again. Cool. Get out of here. Returning from vacation. Cool. Didn't she just quit? Alright. But yeah, so it's a 1930s, like, movie studio tycoon kind of game. It is brutal. It is hard. And it does have a lot of things like the police will raid you, there's the mob, there's racism and sexism and all the isms. It is a grim look on a lot of things. All right. Ooh. And I put good money into that. All right, so pre-production. Why did that hurt so bad? You're all good levels. Does it handle the isms well? Yeah, so I mean, it literally has a disclaimer at the beginning of the game that's like, yeah, like this time period had a lot of problems, and pretending it wasn't there is like, you know, is to try and just pretend everything was fine. So it does that. So like I actually had one of my staff members who was like, you need to get rid of all of the not white people or else. And I'm like, all right, well, or else is you're fired. It was like, you're messed up, dude. My contract is up and I'd like to keep working. Can we sign on for another 6 years? All right, let's look at you, Longclaw. Or like you have people throw a fit because you have a female lead and they're like the supporting actor. And, you know, they happen to be sexist. That's fine. But yeah, so it's got some stuff in here. But it doesn't make it like some big glorified happy thing or anything like that. It's kind of one of those things that those people show up and you're like, oh man, it's one of these guys again. Gotta deal with this garbage. Alright, so we lost money, so there's got all that. Oh my god, Lardine, you're asking for too much. Sorry, you're gone. It sounds fun in the sense that you can take challenges by pushing for diversity and breaking glass ceilings. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things that basically you avoid problematic things. Like, if you think of, like, RimWorld, where you'll have, like, the misogynistic pawn, and you're like, you can take them if they're, like, really good at everything else. But you know they're going to be picking fights, and it's going to cause all sorts of drama. So, they're bringing all that baggage with them. It's kind of like that type of issue. Well, the good news is Prohibition Sucks has been fairly profitable. We got the 300,000 bonus. We also got the 340,000 it's made on its own right. So that's pretty good. That's after been a string of ones that didn't do very well. Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, I don't get it, because they actually have decent staff members on it. I mean, honestly, that low, we're not doing that. That low, we're canning it. We're facing a difficult economic situation in the country, so the theater managers are offering to let people in for free if they can't afford a ticket. The system works like this. They gotta show their unemployment certificate, which they can get at the labor exchange, and if there's a free seat in the hall, they can watch the film without paying. What do you think? It would support the people, and you're not losing anything. And no one's paying for the free seats. I'm going to say I'm not against it, just because that might help. Maybe hiring one-offs is bad. Oh, both took huge drops? That would be a real big bummer, because it would kind of defeat the thing. So that's the end of distribution for Prohibition Sucks. So it turned a profit. So that's good news. Yeah, no, there's definitely something. Like I said, I think what's happening is our sound stages haven't been upgraded. a lot of these other things haven't been upgraded. My equipment's out of date. And so I think that's what's actually killing us, is all of those little one-offs. And I think the issue is I just don't have... Like, we don't have the analytics play, so I can't kind of see what is killing us. But I'm willing to bet it's like all those like side things that are what are doing us in. Alright, so let's go ahead and start the project. And we still have the people who are involved. So the only thing we miss is the pre-production. So you're going to be the producer. That's another good news, is if we have like a really bad situation on the contract or whatever, if we've hired them for a movie, it doesn't count against the movie. So you're relatively inexpensive for what you got. All right. Cool. So I got you there. The bandit. That's fine. I'm not going to be picky about it. So they'll do the pre-production. At least the pre-production's not super expensive. Okay, so ideas. We're gonna have them start diversifying what they write on. Because the good news is, like, because I'm... Would you stop rating me? It's honestly the cinematic that's the most annoying part, just because it takes time. Contraband, cash, so they seized a little bit of my cash. Okay, so we didn't have any events of, like, people getting shot or anything else like we did the last time. We had one where, like, one of our people, you know, we had 2 people get injured. One who got shot because they got in an altercation with police. And then the other one was dressed as a cowboy and they just got beat up a little. No new story element. Get back to working on it. Because I want to see how Pfaffer's movie does. Because the other one, we kind of threw everything at it, was mildly profitable. And you're still nowhere near having analytics unlocked. Okay. Technologies. So we can up the practicality. I believe that reduces some of your filming costs as well. Pfaffer's movie. It's got a love triangle. That's it. Cool. Okay, we upgraded our things to deal with surveillance better. Alright. A quiet, leisurely business meeting at a fine restaurant. That's how we hoped we'd meet when the time came, but the circumstances dictate otherwise. Let's act like old friends and get straight to business. After that, we'll catch up, I promise. I value fair competition, but I'm not out to ruin anyone. Anybody who gets into the business as tough as this one deserves respect, no question. Although, when Arthur Gerstein is in front of me, I feel like ripping my skin off his smug face. So, when he first came to me with the idea of the alliance, I considered throwing an unprincipled leech down the stairs. But I'll be danged. But I suppose I should be giving him some credit. When all those politicians and loudmouth activists started ganging up on our industry, Gerstein was willing when thinking about all of us. Maybe for the first time, he wasn't just covering his own wrinkled butt. He realized the only way to stand up to them was together, and he's not the only one with the connections and influence to unite us under one flag. Though, I bet you're thinking like me, better to mind your own business and not even get involved in the whole mess. But if we stand aside, we'll get eaten. The alliance is going to happen, with or without us. The only difference is, without us, Gerstein will be running things his way. With us, maybe the voice of reason and decency can drown him out. I'm asking you for help. Let's support the alliance together to prevent it from turning into a charade. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Litvin. Thank you for contacting me. I see your point. We got a B. We got a B rating on that movie. And we actually got this one got all the way up to 4 stars. That's actually decent. And then Pfaffer's gained a level. And our screenwriter gained a level. And Kanahawk gained a level. Alright. I'm pretty sure some of those people involved I've already had leave the company because they asked for more money. I said, absolutely not. Alright, so here's hoping we have, like, a really good box office right from the start. Script results. Another decent-ish script. Alright, so we could start the project. So you're busy. You know what? I'm going to wait on the project. We'll do it, but we're going to wait on it. Because right now, I would need to hire a bunch of long-term staff, which is fine. What I do think we're going to do is once we see how Pfaffer's movie's going, I am going to be switching games up. Usually it won't switch games this late, but holy crap, you made some money. Alright, so I don't know what the lesson here is. Because we had the first movie we made of a higher quality, and it did okay. Like I said, I do want to at some point see what the analytics building did, but to give you an idea, I think that was the second technology. No, it was the third technology. But to give you an idea, this was 1,200 days to get it. And I think this is like 500, and then this was whatever 100. So it's just one of those things that technology is so locked back that you can't even get it in the first 3-4 years of the game. So I do feel like as important as that information is potentially, locking it that so far out, it's important so there's the value of actually doing it. It makes a lot of the game very, very difficult to learn because you're getting punished, but you can't see why. So I do hope we get a lot more transparency around this, because this just gives us the up and downs and all that, which is fine. But it'd be better if we could quantify some of that in some way. There's security for you. Yeah, so that's actually... Pfaffer's movie is actually properly a winner. It's already broken 1.3 million in the box office. It's still, like, profitability-wise, it's going to break 1 million profit by itself. Yeah, so it seems like when it comes to our producers and all that, it's worth it to try and have them where like you get one so like I'm good at this. Okay, well we'll make sure to, include that in every one of your movies. Yeah, so we're definitely going to extend distribution. So right now, I should have looked at the numbers more. Can I go back? Man. I should pay more attention to it. We'll keep going with what we got. Because I didn't pay attention to how much it had dropped. There's a good chance we'll end up maybe not making money on like week 8 or whatever. I imagine it could be that you're expected to put more effort into sabotaging the others. So like do like police raids and all that to cause the other ones to not be able to deliver movies as often to give you gaps to make one. Lost the ads on it? That's okay. I found when you got later on, continuing to run the ads becomes more expense than it's worth. Riots have erupted in theaters across America. Protesters have broken windows and attacked visitors. Over 300 people have been injured, 16 killed. The cause of the rioting was the film 601 Skirts, which featured two friends going to a luxurious ball organized by the governor of California. Competing to see which of them could peek under the most skirts by the end of the evening. Viewers were outraged by the provocative plot. One protester demanded run those Hollywood animals out of the country. Another suggested the tax the movie makers so much they die, and is the only way they'll understand. Let's see, your contract has expired. You'd like to keep working with me. You're one of my directors. Oh, right. We're gonna let that one go. Your contract is expired. You're too expensive. Your contract expired. You're too expensive. Your contract expired. You're too expensive. Is Fast for the movies you spent more on ads? I think. And like I said, my complaint with the ad screen is it's very unclear what it wants from you. And so it's hard to make the informed decision because it's got a bunch of fluff text, but it's not clear. It's like, oh, this is the fluff text that targets this demographic. Like the one about the kids is very straightforward. But a lot of the other ones are a lot more like, okay, is this for adult men? Like, who is this for? Cool. So all of them did good. Yeah, you're my best person for this. Your contract is up. All right, you are cheap. Like literally, me giving you a gift costs more than me just hiring you. But yeah. Gotcha, so high quality sets unlock some of this stuff. I see. So the soundstage quality here isn't based on what I thought it was. Okay. So in the future, we should be focusing on trying to get those higher sound stages, because that lets me increase the quality a great deal, and that'll help. Alright. That's fine, we can get that out of here. I forgot the producers is where we got stuck previously. But yeah, so I'm pretty content with how Paffer's movie has been going. Let's see, the family studio. So we don't get a choice. We are forced to join. That there is an annual fee of $3,000, initial fee of $5,000. The heads of the largest film studios in the United States are establishing a professional alliance. Members of the alliance will be jointly regulate the rules of the film industry. Do you want to pay membership fee to become? Yeah. So cancel literally is deactivated. So we are forced into joining, which is probably just early access things. High-level legal protection. Amazing legal protection. Someone put candy in Ada Page's makeup bag. When she unwrapped it, there was poop inside. She is seeing a psychologist now and demanding we catch the pest. Yeah, so we're going to find this Joker. Which will increase their loyalty with Ada. Your contract is up. I'd like to keep working. You're basically free, so get on board. Work for me for another 6 years at $700. Heck yeah. Okay, so it officially stopped making money as of that last cycle. So we were profitable up until like that very last one. It did lose a little bit money, so we made out running a whole nother one. So we're gonna end distribution. And with that, we made a solid 1.3 million on that movie. The Sicilian Tiger is on its way. Security found the suspect in that candy prank. One of the extras had some empty sour candy wrappers in his bag. He's already gone. Now Ada Page can work without fear. Alright, we got a new... That's terrible. Not your best work. Try again. That's awful. Get it out of here. In fact, you don't get to write in our story. You're now coming up with a new idea. Alright. You would wake up in 5 hours, but alas, sleep won't come with you? Yeah. So it looks like we're starting to recover things. We've had our last movie turned a bit of a profit, and then the one after that turned a lot more. The composer has some unusual ideas for the score. Instead of a violin, he wants to record crowing roosters and place drums. He's asked for a human skull and bones. It lowers the film's commercial appeal, but increases the film's artistic appeal. Sure. Oh, and we should have people free for the producer. It almost feels like one other thing you could do is have like some movies you hire in like A-list actors, you pay big money to make it happen. And then you have your other movies that are like your training movies that are just your like really kind of garbage tier movies so people can level up. And use those as your means of like leveling up people to get your own individuals in here. All right. So let's drop you over here. Get our theaters going for this real hard. Let's be a little bit more optimistic and go for 1,000 here. That's more than I've been doing. But I'm wondering if I'm leaving a lot of money on the table because we just aren't renting out enough of the other places. Okay, so you are a drama detective action movie. You can type that in? Yeah, you just have to click on the actual thing. So add advertising. So this is going to have a higher intellectual. So that's intellectual there. And that's intellectual. So that's our most expensive marketing we've done so far. Right, and the producer won't be off that until that's done. I just kind of want to see how the Sicilian Tiger goes. I know I said that with the last one. We're sciencing now, and I want to see the results of my science. Because it definitely feels like I gotta figure out the advertising side of things. Let's see, Film Studios Alliance of America, the heads of the major studios in the United States have established a professional alliance. Create the Pollux Film Award. Every year, the Alliance will celebrate professional accomplishment with the Pollux Award. Gotcha. So you can spend copious amounts of influence to do stuff here. I mean, I'll say yes. We can put one influence in there. Because it's going to go through, and I see no reason to push back on that. So my assumption is sometimes they'll be like, oh no, no pornographic movies, or like no nudity in movies or whatever. And like if you have, or like no action movies, whatever. And so like if that's your thing, they can hurt you on it. That kind of thing. Go real fast. We've known each other for years, and you know everything about me. True, I can be harsh. Yes, I'm always say what I think. And yes, for the sake of Los Angeles, I may have done some questionable things. And I'll let you in on a little secret. I can get in a subordinate's face when needed. No one can ever say I didn't love the city or the people. But those journalists, they don't see a real person. Show a bit of flesh, and like vultures, they peck, peck, peck. They dug up some non-existent mistress in some non-existent mansion in Honolulu, the slugs. You and I both know I'm here for you, for the people. I'm gonna put out this as plain as I can. To get reelected for a second term, I need money. And a lot of money. But there's a lot of would-be donors out there. Have to be selective. Since you're the most worthy among them, I nominate you to be the first donation. You'll have to give that honor to someone else. You can't have the money. As you wish. I can manage without your help, and you can manage without mine. Minus 1,000. Friendship is over. You are no longer friends. So basically, I've irreparably destroyed that friendship. The leading actress doesn't eat meat, but one of the key scenes... her character is supposed to eat a rare steak. It's important for her plot of the film, since it shows the heroine's character development. But Ada Page is refusing to do the scene, and insists the whole episode be cut. Rewrite the scene so there's no steak. That's easy. Yeah, I feel like we would need to have the analytics building. I'm assuming that'll let me see what my competitors are up to make any rules that mean anything to our competitors. I'd have to see like what they're doing to push back. I just watched this one will be good, I promise. A lovely piece. And Jesse Yamamoto, what a talent. You can't take your eyes off the film. His voice, his expressions, his movements, just everything top notch. I'd say he's my favorite actor now. I'd love to talk to him. Not just about art, but about life in general. I expect he's an intriguing conversationalist. Could you arrange a meeting for us? Sure. Oh, how exciting. Thanks a lot. I have time to go on a diet and lose some goose fat. Alright. That's what I figured. I also love that he was like, I love that guy. He's their worst actor. He's utter crap, man. Have you seen his garbage? Like, literally, he's got no talent to speak of. I must... Oh my god, you're killing me, Jesse. Fine. Because I have a feeling if I promise the officer I'm going to do it and then don't actually do it, that's worse than any, like... That was the best day of my life. I have never experienced anything like it. You're a real wizard. Okay. I just want to see how you do. Alright, the Sicilian Tiger. The mob paid me to make this. My grandchildren never took their eyes off the screen. Now I can die. Search for blackmail material. Withdraw money from the studio account as cash. Turn soulless numbers of studio ledger into crisp bills. Acquire. All right. Thank you, mob friend. B minus. The overall reviews, not great. And our head of development, overall speed. I do kind of like that your head department, you can just get the thing that gives you like your entire place a tiny little boost of speed. Just because it feels like you could stack that up a lot. I'm sure it caps out at something like 12 or 20% or whatever. But just doing everything a little bit faster is pretty fantastic. Alright, expensive movie. We're up to 650,000. Let's see, what happens if you don't make the mob movie? More than likely if you just refuse that there's not a huge consequence. Let's see, District Attorney Richard Stripes led an effort to disperse a homeless camp. Police officers and ordinary volunteers joined forces to clean up the tent city in Skid Row, which has become a regular fixture of Los Angeles. Hey, Suey, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. I know you were working on your Product Zomboid run. But I hope that went well. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know, Sui, if I can get a shout out for Sui, absolutely a fantastic content creator and fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Been playing a lot of Product Zomboid, something I definitely recommend checking out. So thank you so much for dropping that raid over there and welcome in. We're trying to run a movie studio in 1930s Hollywood, and it's been going okay. Like, the game's really good. It's got some pains just because of, like, some lack of information that maybe I get later. And being locked in tutorial land a bit longer than you like. But it's a really good game. I think after it's had a little bit more time to get along in the early access, it'll be an amazing game. But yeah, so welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge, who play variety games here on Twitch. And I used to be known for holding a world record in Product Zomboid. All that said, I'm a variety streamer, and I do play a whole range of games, and today we're playing a Tycoon. Gonna grab a slice of cheesecake. Could you grab me one too? No problem. Let's see. Richard Stripes spoke on the event of the journalist in the LA paper, making it into a political statement of his career. This place is a festering wound in our city. Between the thieves and the corrupt official in the mayor's office, they're turned our beautiful, flourishing Los Angeles into a slum. I will not stand watching this disgrace in silence. I'm not going to wait and do nothing. I'm choosing to fight. I'm deciding to join the mayoral elections, and I'm confident the city will support me. Just come here to get yours? No, I'm in the middle of working right now. So if you could just help out. No, I'm teasing. Okay, and it looks like the Sicilian Tiger is going to do well. It made 609,000. All right, so that's looking like it's going to go really well. Bear with me, chat, because like I said, I have been intending to switch games for a while. I might go long tonight because Toom's stuck working a third and all that, so she's not going to be home for a while. But the intention for today was to play this for a good while and then switch over to Medieval Dynasty to continue that run. Yep, you're asking too much. I'm enjoying this game, but like I said, kind of my big problem I'm running in right now is kind of a lack of information. That I assume it's all locked behind this analytics and statistics, but the fact you can't get that for like 3 in-game years, it's pretty rough in that regards of just kind of trialing, erroring, and figuring out what works, and just guessing what's hurting you. And I do hope we get more transparency on the impact of things, even without the analytics building. So that, just so you can make some more informed decisions. Cool. And we'll get all that stuff going on. But yeah, I've been very much enjoying the game. So we'll get Emma on there. She's our best editor. Get Lee Woods on there. We will pay for the highest quality. Yeah, so we definitely found that starting dirt cheap productions early on has worked out. And it's also seemed to work out pretty well to just contract in one movie at a time, really good talent. We've made good money doing that. Yeah, so you weren't nearly as profitable as the other one. But that's okay. Let's go ahead and cut out renting out the theaters and just use our own. I'm just going to leave it. Alright, so with that said, let me go ahead and do this. First, I'm going to save this in case we do come back to it. Can I not type? Oh, there we go. On stream. Okay. But yeah, so I do hope they make it so like they expose more information so it's not as much just guesswork. Anyways, bear with me for a second because I really need to use the restroom and all that stuff. If you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be going down for just a minute as we switch. It should automatically kick you over to where we're going to be doing the other game. But I'll be back in just a minute and we're going to switch game categories for a little while and play some Medieval Dynasty. And that should be what we do for the rest of the stream. But thanks so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay,